Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here. Sorry for being late as always, but my time management is always suboptimal, as you probably already noticed. So here we are. Welcome everyone, nice to see you people here. I need the numbers and source for mithril. The weight of mithril? Not sure if there's any. I can tell you maybe the value of it, but I think therefore is a reference there. Big Chris. I think I'm not that big to be honest, but yeah, I'm kind of back. I wanted to stream yesterday because I said in the last video I would stream in the upcoming week. Well, the week is over, but yeah, it has time management reasons as well that I couldn't make it yesterday. So we have to do it today, and I hope everyone is fine and had a fantastic day. And I hope also sound is good and stuff is working here, and you can hear me kind of loud and clearly. The Bionicle fan, damn it, I want to know how heavy Mikhail is. Not sure if there's any source for it. Might be difficult. We only know it's lightweight. That's the only source I think we have for it. So I don't know if Tolkien ever said something about how heavy it is exactly. Will a mithril helmet just fly off like a strong breeze? I don't think so. Sound is good. Awesome. Also greetings. Nice. And they don't want you to... I don't know if there's any reference, chat, for the weight of mithril in any shape or form. I couldn't really tell, to be honest. Kind of only makes reference to how valuable it has become. But to my knowledge, maybe there's some references for it where he makes like some comparisons. But I don't think so. I think that's really something we don't really know. So I have to, unfortunately, probably no answer for that. Good answer, no source. I can't think of a source telling the weight of mithril, the density of it. So let's see. Let's go through the chat. So of course today we talk about lore a little bit, as always. There was some people like Otaku Senpai also posted quite a bit of things. Otaku Senpai, it seems pretty certain that the Maya Olorin visited Middle-earth in the First Age. What evidence is there that he did so in the Second Age? So that's an interesting question. Did he do this in the Second Age? So, yeah, you also like potentially referencing the Guardian story that we find in Mage of Middle-earth, where he potentially visited in the Second Age. I think there is no real evidence that Gandalf actually visits Middle-earth in the Second Age. The only line you could maybe interpret a little bit is more general, if that makes sense. So in the Silmarillion, for example, there is a section, which chapter is it? The Evala Cuenta. There's a section in it where we can read about him. Wisest of the Maiar was Olorin. He too dwelt in Lorien, not those Lorien, but the Lorien on the west continent. Not sure if my maps here will work. Everything here today might be a bit small. It has several reasons. Because I'm today streaming in a bit of a high resolution, so somewhere around here is Lorien. Maybe a bit more north, roundabout. However, but his ways took him often to the house of Nienna, that's also somewhere around there, and of her he learned pity and patience. But of Melian much is told in the Quenta Silmarillion, but of Olorin that tale does not speak, for though he loved the elves, he walked among them unseen in form as one of them, and they did not know whence came the fair visions of promptings of wisdom that he put into their hearts. So what we can read here, that he might have walked among elves unseen. The question is, which elves? I think it's not really clear from the statement, but in theory you could interpret this statement like he also went to Middle-earth unseen as a spirit and walked among the elves, or maybe even took a form as one of them and basically prompted wisdom in their hearts. So that's a potential interpretation of this. It could also mean he did this with the elves living in Aman, maybe. There's also a potential interpretation of it, because we know even on the west continent there also lived elves, same as on other continents, of course. So there's definitely a possibility that to interpret this. Yeah, the Guardians were protecting the elves during the Great Journey. They protected the elves. We can read this here as well. But this, I mean, in theory, you could also link, as you say, this particular quote also to not the second age, but to the first age, and when he was one of the Guardians. But in the rest of the sentences, in later days, he was the friend of all the children of Ilúvatar, and took pity on their sorrows, and those who listened to him awoke from despair, and put away the imaginations of darkness. That's basically all we find here. The others are not mentioned here. So in the Guardian story, and maybe we would need to look into when this was actually written. Really tough to tell, but in the Guardian story, Melian is, I think, the leader of these Guardians, and here we explicitly in this sentence have of Melian much is told in the Quenta Silmarillion, but of Olorin the tale does not speak, for though he loved the elves, he walked, and so on and so forth. So Tolkien could have phrased it here in a more general way if he would have included Melian, him, Saruman, Radagast, and potentially the two blue wizards, even though the other two Maya that are also Guardians have a name that never appears to be it's completely new for the blue wizards. We have never heard of it, never seen it somewhere again, but because so many of the Istari are among those Maya as Guardians, it would kind of make sense that that these two are the blue wizards, if that makes sense. So yeah, I don't know if there's any, like, I think no, there's no real reference to Gandalf being in the second age in Middle-earth explicitly. Like, even in the version where the blue wizards, like if we look into the History of Middle-earth book, which is also pretty awesome, the Peoples of Middle-earth, there we find like the names Morinechtar and Romestamo, and yeah, the other two came much earlier, at the same time probably as Glorfindel, when matters became very dangerous in the Second Age. So here in this text, the other two, the two blue wizards, came in the Second Age. But even here in this version, it seems like the others. Like in the section below, I think we can read, at the words in the citation from the text of Unfinished Tales, of the other two, nothing is said in published works, save the reference for 5 wizards. Gandalf, Sabri, Father wrote. Note their names function seems to be lost, except for the names in general history. Okay, that's not what I wanted. The other two are only known to have existed by Saruman, Gandalf, and Radagast. Yeah, here's basically, I think in this version, the other, like Saruman, Radagast, and Gandalf come to Middle-earth also in the Third Age. Because this kind of is implied. The other two came much earlier, in the Second Age already, instead of the Third Age. Not sure if here's an explicit reference to this. But yeah, the rest is in the Glorfindel text, where it's about who this Glorfindel is. I currently don't find anymore, but yeah, here it is. It's an earlier text. Let's see if I have a Gandalf reference here in this text. Could then reasonably suppose that Glorfindel more probably landed with Gandalf or Odin about the Third Age 1000. This supposition would indeed explain and so on and so forth. The second essay, Glorfindel II, is a text of 5 manuscript pages which undoubtedly followed the first at a long interval, but a slip of paper on which my father hastily set down some thought on the matter presumably came between them, since he said here that while Glorfindel might have come with Gandalf, it seems far more likely that he was sent in the crisis of the Second Age when Sauron invaded Eriador to assist Elrond, and that, though not yet mentioned in the annals recording Sauron's defeat, he played a notable role and heroic part in the war. At the end of this note, he wrote words Numenorean ship, presumably indicating how Glorfindel might have crossed the Great Sea. That's kind of interesting that he might have used a Numenorean ship for this to kind of work. So we went to Numenor by some means, maybe the what are they called? The Teleri in Tol Eressëa, for example, and so on. Aqualonde. They had these WAN ships and they visited Numenor at times. So maybe from there he went to Numenor, and from Numenor he took a ship to Middle-earth, which is a very interesting idea by Tolkien here. But as said, only the two blue wizards also came to Middle-earth at this time somehow. And Gandalf and the others come to Middle-earth in the Third Age. And as said, only the Silmarillion section here, you could interpret that maybe Gandalf visited. In theory, he is a spirit being. Why should he not be able to just visit Middle-earth? Melian also could visit Middle-earth. So why would it be impossible for Gandalf? You can definitely make this argument, or for Olorin, but it is, it's tough to answer, I would say. Okay, so next question, I would say. Not even sure if we have enough questions here today. But we will find other things to make us interested. Biscresti asks, was Smaug the last dragon? Where did the other dragons end up? Were they killed? That's an interesting question, because dragons are always a fascinating but yet complicated topic, of course. The problem is always a bit... Let me just move some stuff here in the background. The problem is always a bit with there's some statements about it. I think Gandalf calls Smaug the last of the great dragons, something like that. Maybe somebody in chat knows the exact quote from the books. Let me just see. I think it's in Lord of the Rings, actually, so I should be able to find it. We can actually read what Tolkien himself wrote to this. Should maybe spell Smaug correctly. Time dragged on. No. Could swear it was a lot of rings. Let me just see if I find it here somewhere. Let me see. Somebody maybe in chat. Okay. Not what I need to know. Was it in the Silmarillion as well, chat? So the rumor of wells of Erebor spread abroad and reached the ears of the dragon, and at last Smaug the Golden, greatest of the dragons of his day, that's how he phrased it, arose without warning. So he's definitely not the last dragon, but he's, I think, potentially one of the... Oh, Arthas Aurelians here, welcome. Okay, I'm here when we can begin. Awesome. We didn't do much yet. Currently looking into dragon quotes. But yeah, it's... Which chapter is it? It's in Durin's Folk, interestingly. It's in Appendix A. Yeah, that's a good point by Joe. There's also the quote, "There's no dragon left in the world whose fire is hot enough to melt the ring." Or to melt some of the rings of powers, I assume he's referencing to. So in that regard, he's definitely not the last dragon, but potentially one of the last, if not the last, of the great dragons. In maybe you haven't seen the recent, maybe check it out if you haven't yet, lore video. There is like I forgot where it is in the video though, unfortunate. But I also briefly talk about the idea of the last few dragons there in this one here, and there Tolkien in, for example, Peoples of Middle Earth, there is a different phrasing for it's a different version of Appendix A. What he wrote there basically later became Appendix A, and there he actually not sure if it was Appendix A. No, there was it's not Appendix A. It's the Tale of Years for the First Age, which is not in Appendix A anyway. However, in this he mentions that 2 dragons survive. He doesn't name the dragons, and they fly east. This is a very old idea of Tolkien. You also find it in, for example, I think it's either the Lost Road and other writings, or it's the Shaping of Middle-earth. I think it's the Shaping of Middle-earth. There you find also the idea that 2 dragons survive the War of Wrath in the First Age, and as a result, kind of are able to escape. It's a bit distracted a bit. For reason. Maybe I can show you the Dwarf Ras image. If do I have him here in the list? Yeah, I have him here in the list. That's good. Let me see. I need to do it like this. Currently I'm streaming in a different resolution, and as a result all my imagery is not aligned correctly anymore on the thing, so I have to, every time I have to want to show an image, I have to realign it. Which, as you can imagine, is a bit annoying. I hope that is correct. That is by Firat Solhan, Turkish artist. There's a lot of Warhammer stuff, but yeah, here we have the beautiful artwork of him depicting the War of Ras, or parts of it. Pretty awesome. However, yeah, there 2 dragons survived, and one could maybe make the argument, maybe that's Smaug and Shatha. There's another dragon that survived into the Third Age, which is of course the mentioned Shatha, but we don't know exactly. However, these were the great dragons. Tolkien also mentions cold drakes in some context. Like if we, let me just see, it's also in Appendix A in Lord of the Rings. It's like kind of cursed today. I never find... There it is. Never find the quote. At last, Dain, or if you pronounce him Old Norse, Doin the First, together with Fror, his second son. These, by the way, are not Dain Ironfoot, or Doin Ironfoot. That is some generations earlier. So again, at last, Doin the First, together with his son Fror, his second son, was slain at the doors of his hall by a great cold drake. So there was a time when we also mentioned this in the last lore video. You can also post it if you want to learn more about this. I mean, it's always practical if you have a video. We talk, I think, about this in this video here. We just post it really quick into chat. And let me just also get the map back. I assume my map stuff here won't work well at all, but whatever. We're on the Third Age, so we take the Third Age map. Yeah, that should kind of work. Small the arrow, make it a bit bigger. Okay. Oh god. I clicked the wrong button. Too many things to do. I hope the stream is still working. Hopefully it works. If the stream is not working anymore, let me know in chat. So yeah, this happened here in the Grey Mountains, in the Eret Mithrin, and somewhere here it happened that some dragons attacked the dwarves. The dwarves got basically kicked out of Moria. They had to find a new home. Some dwarves, interestingly, went to Erebor, and some went to this here. And then they abandoned Erebor again to settle here in the Grey Mountains. And there they got... Still working. Awesome. Thank you, Joe. And there the dragons basically got... the dragons bred here in this region called Forod Wythe. That's the Northern Waste. There's also in The Hobbit, interestingly, shout outs to... I always forget his name, but he's also on Discord. Skjoldmo. Shoutouts to him on Discord. He mentioned an interesting place that is only mentioned in the Hobbit book, which is kind of fascinating. Now I have to open the Hobbit book to find it. It's called the Withered. I think it's pronounced Heath. In English, you never know. Heath, yeah, the Withered Heath. That's where dragons breed according to the Hobbit. And I know where Mirkwood is, and the withered heath where the great dragons bred. It's not fully clear where that is, but it seems to be somewhere in the north. Yeah, there's also like a song or a poem. Yeah, it's a song, I think, where it's also mentioned. So some assume it's maybe kind of here. Oh, we even have it here on the map. There's a withered heath. So maybe here, though in the other, like in the Lord of the Rings, the dragons kind of, let me just see if we find this here. Yeah, but there were dragons in the wastes beyond, and after many years they became strong again and multiplied, and they made war on the dwarves and plundered their works. And here's where it was. So the waste, northern waste, the Forod Wise, that's what is here described with, but there were dragons in the wastes beyond. And yeah, that was the, let's call it the war of dwarves and dragons or something like this. The dragons won that war and the dwarves had to flee again. And then some went to the Iron Hills and some went to back to Erebor. And that was actually Thror, the grandfather of Thorin Oakenshield, who went there. And yeah, kind of interesting. So are there dragons here? It seems in these northern wastelands, far beyond these mountains here, like far beyond Gundabad and the Grey Mountains, there still live dragons, but it seems they are cold dragons. That means they are dragons that don't are not able to breathe fire, which is different for Smaug. I assume also for Shatha, though I'm not actually sure where the reference is that Shatha is counted. Let me just make sure he's not a cold dragon. I think he's also one of the maybe there's no reference for it. I can't remember, chat. That's too small a detail. Type longworm. In the article, at least, there's no thing. So it's definitely a possibility that he's also counted towards these dragons. He's at least one of the few dragons that have a name and are mentioned in a story. Yeah, the Uroloki. I'm not sure if fire drakes. Maybe he's in the list of fire drakes? No, he's not. Maybe because it's not known. I don't know. In my head, he can breathe fire, but what do I know, right? Yeah, exactly. Again, that's a good point by Joe again. The withered heath is mentioned also on the map. Yeah, that's why we know where it is. This time and click not on end stream. Yeah, that's also a good point that Otaku Senpai makes here. We have to return to the map, unfortunately, chat. Let me just click on studio mode again. So if we scroll a little bit further here to the eastern regions, so we have the problem of let's call it the dwarf problem. We only know about what happened to the dwarves from Khazad-dûm, and maybe to some degree from the Blue Mountains, because in First Age these Blue Mountains had also dwarven kingdoms, Nogrod and Belegost. Let me switch to the First Age map. Then we see it here. This is basically the Blue Mountains, and here we have an additional land west of it. And later, after the First Age, after the mentioned War of Ras, this is destroyed completely, sunk into the ocean. And then the Second Age, you see here's ocean all of a sudden. The land west of these mountains is suddenly gone and sunk into the ocean. Only some islands are left. in some versions. However, in the first age, these were the Blue Mountains, and we had Belegost and Nogrod. And we also know in the third age that Thorin Oakenshield also potentially here somewhere settles and creates new halls. Also, you can see that my Reddit here for shoutouts to my moderator who made this custom map here. But yeah, here we have, so we only know about the dwarves from the Blue Mountains and from Moria. There are 7 dwarf houses though. And if we go through the list of dwarf houses, which we only know from the book People of Middle-earth. Let me just see. We have a description there in this particular book where we know where they are. So we have the Longbeards, and the Longbeards, Durin the first awoke in Gundabad alone. Most versions. Then we have the Firebeards and the Broadbeams, another 2 houses. By the way, the Longbeards is also the house of Moria. These are the most well-known dwarf folk. Durin's folk, the Longbeards, it's what they usually are called, the dwarfs of Khazad-dûm. And yeah, then we have the Firebeards and Broadbeams, and they are from the Blue Mountains. I assume Belegost and Nogrod that we have just seen here on the other map. Nogrod, Belegost, here looks a bit different in the third age. A bit tough to make this comparison. I'm not sure how the map here actually is. Let me make this a bit bigger. Does this kind of work? Nah, not really, but you get the point. So we have those 2. That makes 3 houses of the dwarves. What is with the other 4 houses? And about them, we basically know nothing. We have the Iron Fist and the Stiffbeards and the Blacklocks and the Stonefoots. So we have these groups, and they must live somewhere in the east, whatever that means. Maybe here in the Orokarni, which are the Red Mountains, would be a possibility. I mean, we have also dwarves in the Iron Hills, but let's ignore them for now. Because, to my knowledge, there's no kingdom in the Iron Hills because they had no king. As Dain Ironfoot would have come as king to Erebor, which is not the case. He's also from Durin's house, so it's complicated. But yeah, we still need 4 dwarven houses with halls somewhere, and we have no idea what happens with it. Interestingly, if we go back to Lord of the Rings, we find an interesting note that 4 rings got consumed by dragonfire. So in the Council of Elrond, Gandalf explains it. The 3 fairest of all the elf lords hid from him, and his hand never touched them or sullied them. Shoutouts to Rings of Power who depicted this wrong. 7 the dwarf kings possessed, but 3 he has recovered, and the others the dragons have consumed. That is how it's phrased here. I think in the Silmarillion we find also another phrase for it. Consumed. Consumed. Yeah, here we find in the Silmarillion chapter of the Rings of Power and the Third Age, there we find the note. It is said that the foundation of each of the 7 hordes of the dwarf kings of old was a golden ring. 7 rings, 7 houses, 7 dwarf kings would kind of make sense, even though that's not exactly what is standing here, we can read here, but you can interpret it this way. But all those hordes long ago were plundered, and the dragons devoured them. And of the 7 rings, some were consumed in fire, and some Sauron recovered. So I assume what Gandalf tries to tell you was consumed by dragons. The dragons don't eat them, but they destroyed them with fire or something like that. We also had the discussion earlier, somebody brought it up that the dragon fire can destroy rings of power. Not the One Ring, though. Except the dragon would be more powerful than Sauron, I guess, but that's not the case. Interestingly, here in this Silmarillion chapter, Otaku Senpai basically says, would it be dwarf lords in the Urukani? Maybe. Interestingly, here it says, it is said that the foundation of each of the 7 hordes of the dwarf kings of old was a golden ring. So it's possible that maybe one dwarf has multiple, like one dwarf king has multiple hordes would also be possible, but it's potentially a bit pedantic to discuss this here. I think it's clear what Tolkien wants to tell. There are 7 kings, 7 hordes, and each has a ring. That's basically the point, I assume. However, yeah, the point is they were consumed by the dwarves. However, for this to work, and now we come back to the question, which I tried to not answer a long time, and just talking about all kinds of other things by Biz Cresty. Now we come back to the question. For these rings to be consumed, we need dragons for that, that can actually breath fire. So to answer your question, I would say, though we don't know, it is very likely to assume that there are still dragons in the world besides Smaug that are able to consume these rings. Maybe it was Smaug himself who destroyed the other kingdoms as well, we simply don't know, and he destroyed them. But it's also not clear when these rings were destroyed. It just happens at some point. Originally, I always thought, because that would make the dwarf dragon incident we know, that was my headcanon for a long time, was that during the mentioned war of dragons and dwarves here in the, what's it called, the Grey Mountains, that it happened there that the 4 rings got destroyed. But the problem is, here in the Grey Mountains live only the Longbeards, the House of Durin. They don't have 4 rings. And their ring actually survived because Sauron has it later, and Thror gives it to his son Throin, or Thrain, however you want to pronounce it. And then he has a ring. Then he's captured later by Sauron, brought to Dol Guldur, and there he dies, and Gandalf finds him before he dies, and so he can get the map and the key for Erebor from him, with the moon runes and so on. That's how this story develops in The Hobbit. See my last video, also linked it here some time ago in the chat. Just go to my channel after the stream, maybe check it out if you haven't. Currently a lot of people watching it and very positive feedback. Thank you for that, by the way. It's there we discuss these details here a little bit further. However, this ring is not lost though. Sauron has it. It's not among the destroyed rings. So the ring of the House of Durin is still there. The other 2 rings, how Sauron got those, I have no idea. We, for example, don't really know how this actually works, to be fair. We know that there are some dwarves still in the Blue Mountains, even before Thorin establishes halls there, maybe. Maybe not. It sounds like they're pretty abandoned, though. The Blue Mountains are kind of a mystery. In theory, they need to have 2 kings, but they don't have 2 kings. So, I don't know. Which dwarves got all these rings, except for the House of Durin, is as a result completely impossible to reconstruct. We have no idea. All we know is maybe somewhere here in everything east, which is basically all of this here. And we could even go further south. It could also be here or here, or maybe I don't think that that here in the southern mountains of Mordor that something is here. The Efelduath, should it be, that are the mountains of shadow, right? Yes. And it's a very weird story which Tolkien never really explains. I could imagine that Tolkien doesn't explain it too much because he never put too much world building into it, and it's just there are some dwarven kingdoms we don't know of somewhere in the world, maybe in the east, and there the dwarves might live. I know, it's, in my opinion, a very interesting topic, which you can discuss for like hours, because you could... Another possibility would be that we have the Sea of Rhun, and here we have also some mountains, that maybe some dwarves live here. If I remember correctly, we have the later some folks of men going past this route, going to Beleriand in the First Age. And I think there is also a mention that some later have contact with the dwarves, but I think this contact is more here in this region, in the Misty Mountains. But yeah, it's kind of strange, if I'm completely honest. It's a very fascinating topic, though, because we know there must be more fire drakes. We know they destroy the rings. We don't know when this happens, how this happens, and where this happens. Like, we know nothing about it. But the to answer the question, yeah, it seems like there are more potential fire drakes, and the greatest among those must have been Smaug. I'm not sure if he's the last drake, though. Maybe we can look this up as well. It could also be further east past these mountains. But then now I would need the Atlas of Middle-earth to look into that. Because after these mountains, there's not that much. At some point, the ocean should actually appear. But you are right, it could be past the Orokarni, of course. No, it only says Smaug was the greatest fire-breathing dragon of the Third Age. Not necessarily the last. It's only the greatest. And then we also discussed that Gandalf, during the council, says that there are no dragons left with fire hot enough for that. It also implies that there are only maybe some lesser dragons, even if they might be able to breathe fire. There might be somewhere left, but we simply, unfortunately, don't know anything about those where they are. It's interesting. Now, that's also true. In The Hobbit, we find some interesting leftovers that are never really discussed. Like, for example, Bilbo mentions in The Hobbit, tell me, let me just read it here. Tell me what you want done, and I will try it if I have to walk from here to the east of East and fight the wild wereworms in the last desert. So it's not clear what the last desert is. But it's very east. Though the last desert, in theory, I would argue, is maybe where the gates of morning are. Which is here. Let me just check the Atlas of Middle-earth. Let me just get it really quick. Maybe I should, by default, keep the Atlas around me here for some time. Guru Dream. Okay, so Karen Wynne Fonstead actually places in her map a forest. Like here, the Orokarni should be kind of here, and here's a forest or something. I don't know why, but she usually does a pretty good job at placing things on the map. Yeah, here on this map, it's as well. So there could be, of course, some mountains. It's difficult to tell. And we have, of course, also a reshaping of the world in the Second Age. It makes it also kind of difficult to tell what's going on there exactly. I think she even leaves this potential open in her maps here, as far as I can see it. Very interesting, but yeah. Place my atlas somewhere. Okay. Yeah, that's the question, exactly. I'm not sure how your name is pronounced. Samsit, maybe something like this. Yeah, it's not clear if the world is reshaped. I assume that even like in the Third Age map, this part here is not filled anymore. So maybe this completely was reshaped in some shape or form. It's hard to tell. This map is here just a sketch. Under the idea, basically, if the world would not have changed too much, it would look like that. But I hope this kind of answers the question, so it's a big maybe, unfortunately. Like, maybe there are more dragons. I think it's very reasonable to assume that Smaug was not the last fire-breathing dragon. Like, there could be definitely more, but we don't know for sure. The infamous werewolves. Yeah, Peter Jackson has his own interpretation of that, and I don't mind that, to be honest. Maybe the two kings of the Blue Mountains are the Blue Wizards. No, I don't think so. But it's really strange. Yeah, that's also my most likely assumption, Otaku Senpai. He writes, the rings of the Broadbeams and Firebeards could have been consumed in the Grey Mountains if they had eventually settled in the Grey Mountains. I assume, if we go back to the map again, I assume the following. Oh, it's the wrong map. Like, when Belegost and, on the First Age map, when Belegost and Nogrod were also destroyed, the mountains were kind of cracked open. Maybe some of their old halls were left, whatever. But there's somewhere a mention that the blue mountain lord or people, dwarves, went over to Khazad-dûm and lived there. And when Khazad-dûm was sacked, and later in the Third Age, no, I screwed up. They potentially also went to these mountains, and I assume they were not kings then anymore because they lived under King under King of the Longbeards, and there maybe they got killed and consumed by fire, and that's how their two rings got destroyed. That's my assumption. However, the problem is still that they were attacked by cold drakes, not by fire drakes, so this kind of still doesn't work. But it was always kind of my headcanon how this worked here. But maybe also the kings went into other halls, maybe somewhere here in the north. I don't know. It's just a very difficult to answer question. Maybe impossible to answer, I should say. Okay, Aris Aurelian with a really tough question. Not even sure how they're pronounced. Gwynden and Helic are two areas in Wales that were lost in the sea in similar fashion. Was this something Tolkien considered? I don't know too much about that, so I can't really answer the question, unfortunately, R.S. Aurelian. I would assume so. Like, if Tolkien knew about it, for sure. He took a lot of inspiration in things that happened in the world at some point. So I would not be surprised, and we know that Tolkien had definitely also an interest in Celtic languages and mythology and so on. We definitely see parallels there as well. I would be surprised if that would not be the case, if the cases are actually similar. Also, it's that it's always the same here. I try to keep kind of up with chat, so you have to repost sometimes your questions. That's a bit unfortunate, but feel free to do so. So I would say we move to another question. Joe asks, did John Ronald Tolkien ever write of the last ship to transport elves to Valinor? Do we know when Círdan sailed west? I think not explicitly that he wrote something about this. We know that Legolas in the Lord of the Rings also sails west with Gimli, which is of course strange, but that's what Tolkien wrote. And it might be one of that's in the Fourth Age, it might be one of the last ships already. In theory, not. Excuse me, but in theory, they should be able to, in theory, it could be a later ship there. So I would say no, unfortunately, to my knowledge, there's no explicit statement of the last ship. Maybe I can look into Lord of the Rings really quick. Okay, that's the wrong chapter. We need Appendix A. Let me just see, where is it? We have heard tell that Legolas took Gimli, Glóin's son, with him because of the great friendship greater than any has been between elf and dwarf. If this is true, then this is strange indeed. The dwarf should be willing to leave Middle-earth for any love, or that the elder should receive him, or that the Lord of the Rest should permit it. But it said that Gimli went also out of the Diet to see again the beauty of Galadriel, and it may be that she, being mighty among the Eldar, obtained this grace for him. More cannot be said of this matter. So it's not really clear how this kind of works, but I assume he found some way to say west. That's basically one of the last notes I think we have. It's a bit unfortunate because it would be great to learn more about these details. Yeah, but when King Elisar gave up his life, Legolas followed at last the desire of his heart and sailed over the sea. When this was exactly, and so on, difficult to tell, but it's, yeah. But yeah, unfortunately, Joe, I don't have a good answer for your question as well. I think there's no real mention. There's of course a story of Círdan, and that he will be taking the last ship back to Aman, so maybe he sails after Legolas sails. But yeah, as I said, it's difficult. I'm not sure if Tolkien ever recorded a date for this, maybe There is a date, I'm not sure, to be fair. Fourth Age 20. Legolas dwelt once again Ferris country in the Westlands. I'm not sure if there's a date. Does somebody know if there is a date for this? Fourth Age 120 maybe. What's the source for it though? Is it still in Appendix B? Yeah, Legolas built the ship. It seems it's in Appendix B then. Yeah, here it is. Fourth Age 120. In this year, on March the 1st, came at last the passing of King Elisar. It is said that the beds of Meriadoc and Peregrine were set beside the bed of the great king. Then Legolas built a grey ship in Ithilien and sailed down the Anduin, and so over sea, and with him, it is said, went Gimli the dwarf, and when that ship passed, an end was come in Middle-earth of the Fellowship of the Ring. It doesn't say if that's the last ship, but I would assume somewhere around this time might the other elves also slowly have left Middle-earth. What did Bilbo do for a living before leaving with the dwarves, etc.? That's a good question as well, Max. Also welcome. Yeah, it's also an interesting point, but I just return to the last question, Otaku-senpai. On the other hand, Eladan Elrohir could have been on the last ship, maybe with Círdan. Definitely a possibility. So, what did he do for a living? That is never really explained, but I assume that Bilbo kind of not only owned Bag End, but actually owned land in the Shire. And that is potentially his income, I assume. I think there's no explicit statement for this anywhere, where Tolkien exactly explains the economical situation of the Shire and Bilbo Baggins, but it would make kind of sense, because we definitely know that at least Lobelia Sackville Baggins always want to have Bag End for herself. It seems to be like a very attractive place. So it seems that for an attractive place to be, you need to be wealthier, I would assume. And with this kind of could be a connection to owning land and people. What's the English word for it? In German we would say pachten. What is the English word for it though? Lease or rent the land. Yeah, basically that. And maybe he got money if needed out of that. Or maybe he just got fruit or whatever. But it seems he was wealthy enough to live with it. Yeah, Brady Lewis, exactly. Galadriel, it is assumed Tolkien suggests this at the end of Appendix A, Durin's Folk, that Galadriel might have gotten this grace for Gimli, that he's allowed to sail there. When and how this happened exactly is not told, though. I mean, it's his ship. He can take on his ship whoever he wants, I guess. Martin Andreff, can you tell us more about Húrin? Húrin has a lot to tell about him. Very interesting character in many ways. Very tragic character. But what do you mean with tell us more about him? We haven't talked about him yet here. And there's just so many, like, it's one of the great, like, the Children of Húrin is one of the big tales Tolkien wrote. And as a result, it's there's a lot to tell. I have to admit, currently I haven't read these stories on the text about him in some time. I just find it always interesting that he becomes some kind of doombringer at the end when he's released by Morgoth, and nobody wants to have him with him. Wasn't Gimli the only dwarf to ever sail west, though? Yeah, I think he's the only dwarf to ever sail west. I'm not sure if Tolkien mentioned this here in the last quote. Appendix A. Doesn't really say too much about it. I assume he's the only only known dwarf that we know the name of, and we know that this happened. There's no other explicit statement about other dwarves sailing this. Could be Húrin, the greatest, be considered the greatest warrior from the race of men. Maybe. That's really tough to tell, though. Thanks for the chat, and Otaku Senpu, thank you for being so active in chat and also having some interesting questions here. I feel like I skipped too much back and forth today. There are too many questions. But yeah, Max, I appreciate, of course, your kind words. As I said, I wish I could give you a more sophisticated answer regarding Bilbo's income, though. But that's basically because it seems like he never goes to work or works on the fields or anything. So I assume he's a hobbit of higher status from it's called the higher society, the high society of the Shire. And from this perspective, he might, as said, have owned some land that is connected to Bag End or so, where people might do stuff. And that is basically how he can also survive. He has the land, he does administrative works or so, organizes stuff, and basically rents it to people, maybe some farmers and so on. Will the book and film series continue? Yeah, it will, but the problem is always the series was always basically created as a side project. When I don't know what video to make or want to make a short video or whatever, I always made like an episode in the past. But currently I had some, or for quite some time, I have some very big projects, lore video-wise, going on. With Elrond, for example, that I'm working on literally years by now. And we are slowly at the end, I think. Maybe 1 or 2 more videos, and Who is Elrond will be also completed. Then I make a 10-hour video out of this, in an all-in-one version. Looking forward to that. However, that's a big project. As a result, I never felt like, oh, I don't know what video to work on. Maybe I do an episode of this. Maybe at times I make another episode, so it's not that. Just keep in mind, it will come very infrequently on this channel, new episodes for it. As I said, it's just something to make for me when I feel like it, when I don't know, have not a billion other topics I want to cover, so And currently this year I also focus a lot on the gaming channel, so my extra time for free side project videos on the Lord channel is a bit diminished this year as well. And last year we had the Rings of Power show, which was also very present on this channel, even though the review of the show was very mixed. There was a lot of things that had to be critiqued. But yeah, that's the reason why it hasn't been so frequent anymore on this channel for the past couple of years by now, I should say. But it will, if I have the Who's Elrond is maybe done, and I have some time, maybe then, I don't know, later this year or next year or so, I don't know, it might return more frequently, so maybe make some progress. I definitely want to get to the Moria section of the book and the films, because that's pretty cool. For sure. But we also have to get through the whole Council of Elrond thing, which is in of itself a very complex topic. Yeah, that's true, Joe. An end was come to the Eldar of story, end of song. Yeah, that is a very good point. That maybe when Frodo sailed, though Frodo doesn't sail that late, I guess. Let me just look into the Silmarillion myself. Wide was the ship, and long was it a building, and long it awaited the end of which Círdan had spoken. But when all these things were done, and the heir of Isildur had taken up the lordship of men, and the dominion of the West had passed to him, then it was made plain that the power of the three rings also was ended, and to the firstborn the world grew old and grey. In that time the last of the Noldor set sail from the havens and left Middle-earth forever. And latest of all the keepers of the three rode to the sea again. And latest of all the keepers of the three rings rode to the sea, and Master Elrond took there the ship that Círdan made ready. In the twilight of autumn it sailed out of Mithlond until the seas of the bent world fell away beneath it, and the winds of the round sky troubled it no more, and bore it upon the high airs above the mists of the world. It passed into the ancient West, and an end was come for the Eldar of story and of song. And he also is stated the sentence of Círdan, where he basically says, "And I will dwell by the grey shores, guarding the havens until the last ship sails. That I shall then I shall await thee." He also says this in Lord of the Rings. Maybe it's not you should not take it too literally, because there's still a lot of elves left that have to sail also to the west. Like, what is with Thranduil and his realm? What's with Eladan and Elrohir and so on? Let me just check something. Really quick, chat. There's another thing to it. And the last ship is an unknown date. Yeah, there's multiple arguments that can be made. I think Aragorn suggests Aragorn also talks to Arwen shortly before he dies, and he says basically to her that she can also still take passage on this ship, even though Arwen says that it's not possible anymore. That's interesting. Yeah, there's in the prologue of Lord of the Rings, there's also a reference to Force Age 171. That's when the Book of the West March is, and so on. You could argue that maybe 170-41 or past 171 or 41. 4th Age 171. That after that maybe Círdan sails, or maybe even after 120. However, it's complicated to construct this. We also know that Celeborn potentially sails to Middle-earth, to Aman on the last ship. There's also some references for this. Let me see if I can find this chat and we can read this as well, just to completely have gone through the topic here in. So yeah, there's a note on the Shire records that is in the prologue of Lord of the Rings. At Great Smeal, so the homes of the hobbits, the books were less of interest to the Shire folk, though important for larger history. None of them was written by Peregrin, but he and his successors collected many manuscripts written by the scribes of Gondor, mainly copies of or summaries of histories or legends related to Elendil and his heirs. Only here in the Shire were to be found extensive materials for the history of Númenor and the rising of Sauron. It was probably at Great Smeals that the Tale of Years, there's also a note, represented in much reduced form in Appendix B as far as the end of the Third Age. That's a note for it. Probably the Tale of Years was put together and the assistance of material collected by Meriadoc. Though the dates given are often conjectural, especially for the Second Age, they deserve attention. It is probable that Meriadoc obtained assistance and information from Rivendell, which he visited more than once. There, though, Elrond had departed. His sons long remained, we can read here, together with some of the High Elven folk. And now it comes. It is said that Celeborn went to dwell there after the departure of Galadriel. So Galadriel leaves already to the West Continent because the ring she has increases her longing for the sea and to leave Middle-earth. The Ring of Power, that is, one of the three, Nenya. There's at least one reason for this. So she sails to Middle-earth early, and Celeborn stays back for some time. So let's read the sentence again. It is said that Celeborn went to dwell there after the departure of Galadriel, so to Rivendell. But there is no record of the day when at last he sought the Grey Havens, and with him went the last living memory of the elder days in Middle-earth. So what this sentence basically says, there is no record of the day when at last he sought the Grey Havens and left Middle-earth. But it said, basically it confirms that it happens at some date, and with him went the last living memory of the elder days in Middle-earth. So that means he is gone, and I assume he also is gone. This is actually the last ship now, and it's possible that maybe Eladan and Elrohir also went with him. It's not stated here though, if they did. Because Eladan and Elrohir don't have the knowledge of the First Age because they were born in the Third Age. Celeborn sailed on the last ship before the ship Gimli and Legolas made for themselves. No, I think, also welcome Zushan. I think maybe this is even later than Gimli. Like, Gimli sails with Legolas 120, and it's very likely that Celeborn sails to the west even later than 120. But I don't know. Let me just look in Nature of Middle-earth. Thank you for the hint, Mary Coronan. Just need my physical copy because else I can't use your site numbers. There's a long date discussion here that I did not anticipate it, to be fair. 342, you say? Okay, my version might have a different site number than yours. Or maybe some sentence was cut off for you. Because 143 is note on the consumption of mushrooms. It's kind of funny. So I don't know, might have to give me the chapter name. That might help. Okay. So yeah, it's a complicated thing. Let me see. What was the other question? Let's go back to the other question. Great, really looking forward to the episode. I was wondering, is there a digital complete edition with everything Middle-earth related you can search for specific words or something? I have most of the books I have as digital version, and there I can just search for certain phrases and so on. So it helps me finding the quotes faster. That's very handy. But of course, I bought the books as a digital version, and then by means I don't want to explain here more in detail, converted them into a more suitable format for me. Let's put it that way. There are also some stuff I don't own, interestingly. For example, the Parma El Delamberon I also have as PDF files, but some of them is impossible to get. Like, you can't get a printed version of it. Difficult. Vineyard Tengwa, though, you can get the printed version as well. I think you can even buy it on Amazon. I think Hostetter at some point made like several books out of it with all the volumes in it. Pretty cool. I hope they do this with Parma and Elambron for also at some point. Brady Lewis. Talking about the movie Aragorn, I'm glad that Peter Jackson gave Aragorn a bow. As someone that spent much time in the wild, it would make a lot more sense that he carried a bow to hunt with. Yeah, I agree. Numenorian catastrophe. That is mentioned that Frodo does this. Let me just look into the digital version of the book. And there's a note. Let me see. It's evident from the haze of writing and the fluidity of these conceptions that Tolkien is here thinking on paper as he often did. Not only does some of this thinking apparently contradict long-standing facts of the then unpublished mythology, for example, the discord, envy, and desires of the dominance of Melkor, in short, rebellion against Eru and his design, during the music and prior to the entering heir, but also events depicted in already published Lord of the Rings, for example, Frodo's bodily journey to seemingly very physical Tol Eressëa. It's kind of interesting what he writes there. It seems like, yeah, some of the text you have to put in a certain context. Okay, Jet, what else do we have? There were some other questions I wanted to answer. Oh, that's a cool question. Then I got distracted again. Are dwarves born with beards? Can Hobbit grow beards? The beards question again. I think dwarves are actually born with beards. Yes, it's kind of funny, but though the topic is very kind of complicated to discuss, though. I think it's again in Peoples of Middle-earth. Dwarves remain young, for example, regarded as too tender for really hard work for the fighting until they were 30 or nearly that. Duin was very young in 2799, and the slaying of Azog, it was the Battle of Azanulbizar, by the way, was a great feat. After that, they hardened and took on the appearance of age by human standards very quickly. By 40, all dwarves looked much alike in age until they reached what they regarded as old age, about 240. They then began to age and wrinkle and go white quickly, baldness being unknown among them. That's an interesting fact. Unless they were going to be long-lived, in which case the process was delayed. That's a note. I hope to find a different quote, though. It's unfortunately not the quote I was looking for. Of course, now I don't find it anymore. Dwarf breeds. This follows information attributed to Gimli concerning dwarf women, which was preserved in Appendix A. There's no difference in substance in the present text, except for the statement that they're never forced to wed against their will, which would of course be impossible, and they have beards. I don't find the quote, chat. Oh, it was not in this book. Maybe it was in a different book. Which book was it? We discussed this during the show. Pretty sure it's Peoples of Middle-earth, though. Because this also Peoples of Middle-earth contains some versions of Appendix A. I think it was like pretty similar there. Just give me a moment to find it. Durin's Folk. Does somebody know the beard quote? I can't find it so fast, unfortunately. I would have to look at my script. Do I have a script for this? I don't know how it was phrased out of my head. It was something like men and women alike or something like this was a phrase, but I can't find it right now. Chat, I need help. Where is it? Is it not in Peoples of Middle-earth? If not, which book could it be? Yeah, it is not. It's not in Peoples of Middle-earth. That's why I don't find it. It's in. The War of the Jewels. So in War of the Jewels, we find the following quote. Finally found it. The Naugrim were ever, as they still remained, short and squat in stature, and were deep-breasted, strong in the arm, and stout in the leg, and their beards were long. Indeed, this strangeness they have that no man nor elf have ever seen a beardless dwarf, unless he were shaven in mockery, and would then be more like to die of shame than of many hurts that to us would seem more deadly. For the Naugrim have beards from their beginning of their lives, male and female alike, nor indeed can their womankind be discerned by those of other race, be it in feature, or in gait, or in voice, nor in any wise save this, they go not to war, and seldom save at direst need issue from their deep bowers and halls. It is said also that their womankind are few, and that save their kings and chieftains few dwarfs ever wed, wherefore the race multiplied slowly and now is dwindling. That's a little disturbing. You mean that they have beards from the beginning of their lives? I don't know, I think it's kind of cute. Maybe they have just a little beard when they are born. You can imagine that. But yeah, it is what it is. So Tolkien definitely draws here. The Naugrim is a term for the dwarves of the elves. Could swear it wasn't people of Middle-earth, though. One of the producers of Rings of Power. Well, Disa has a slight beard, to be fair. In some screenshots, though, only. Have you ever played Dwarf Fortress? The old one, the recent one. I think the old one I looked into it a little bit, but ages ago. The recent one has also graphics, right? The old one was like in a DOS fence there was with symbols and stuff. Was never too deep into it, but yeah, it kind of makes sense. So what was the question? I forgot who asked the question. It was an interesting one. Zushan was it? Hobbits was the other part of the question. I remember now. Hobbits, beards. I think most hobbits did not grow beards. Before the crossing of the mountains, the hobbits had already become divided into three somewhat different breeds: the Harfoots, the Stoors, and the Fellowhides. The Harfoots were browner of skin, smaller, shorter, and they were beardless and bootless. Their hands and feet were neat and nimble, and they preferred highlands and hillsides. The Stoors were broader, heavier in build. Their feet and hands were larger, and they preferred flat lands and riverlands. The Fellowhides were fairer in skin and also of hair, and they were taller and slimmer than the others, and they would be lovers of trees and woodlands. Interestingly, here it says only for the Harfoots to not have beards. The Harfoots were browner of skin, smaller, shorter, and they were beardless and bootless. This implies because that the others might have had beards. And so it's a possibility that dwarves have beards, I think. At least I don't see a contradiction to the statement here. In case, I hope, Sushan, this answers the question here. Can hobbits grow beards? Yeah. Potentially, yes. Not these not those related to the or with too many Harfoot genetics, though. You know what I mean? Too much Harfoot DNA. But yeah, dwarves are born with beards. That we also kind of the dwarf discussion. That's why I said, oh, that's difficult to discuss. Is there is a note by Tolkien, though, that in Nature of Middle-earth. I forgot where it was. So Aragorn, technically also, like the Númenóreans don't grow beards. Let me see if I find this here. An account of these and the fact that the Elvish race had no beard, so that this also became a mark of the Elvish strain in certain kingly families of Númenórean descent. A note was sent to Patricia Finney, 9th of December 1972, so round about less than a year, I think, before Tolkien died. So it's very late writing. Answering a question about beards that mentioned some of the male characters which she and a friend did not imagine as having beards. I replied that I myself imagined Aragorn, Denethor, Imrahil, Boromir, Faramir as beardless. This I said, I suppose, not to be due to any custom of shaving, but a racial characteristic. None of the Eldar had any beards. Of course, there's the exception to this with Círdan, and which we also know from Lord of the Rings, and in some other writings we have Mahtan, the father of what is her name? Fëanor's wife. Today my brain is slow. Nerdanel. Mahtan is Nerdanel's father. So he also has even a red beard, which is kind of strange. But yeah, so this we have here. An element of Elvish strain in human ancestry was very dominant and lasting, receding only slowly, as might have been in the Númenóreans for royal descent, and a matter of longevity also. The tribes of men from whom the Númenóreans were descended were normal, and hence the majority of them would have beards. So that's interesting. The tribes of men from whom the Númenóreans were descended were normal, and hence the majority of them would have beards. But the royal house was half-elven, having two strains of Elvish race in their ancestry through Luthien of Doriath, royal Sindarin, and Idril of Gondolin, royal Noldorin. So Noldor. The effects were long-lasting. For example, in a tendency to a stature a little above the average to greater through steadily decreasing longevity, and probably mostly lastingly beardlessness. Thus, none of the Númenórean chieftains of descent from Elros, whether kings or not, would be bearded. Hence Aragorn and all his ancestors were also beardless. The matter of Denethor and his sons is not so clear, but I explained this by referring to Gandalf's remarks concerning Denethor, that by some chance the Númenórean was nearly true in him, meaning that by some event in Denethor's ancestry, which Gandalf had not investigated, he had this mark of ultimately royal descent. This chance, I said, was to be seen in the fact that Húrin, the first steward, from whom Denethor was directly descended, must have been a kinsman of King Minardil. See Lord of the Rings 319, and so on and so forth. Of ultimately royal descent, though not near enough in kinship for him or his descendants to claim the throne. So Tolkien explains this. The kings of Gondor had no doubted the steward. So it has to do with Denethor's ancestors. In that case, Faramir and Boromir also. Or they also have Finduilas, another Silmarillion named daughter of Adrahil of Dol Amros, sister of Prince Imrahil, but this line had also special elvish strain according to its own legends, as clearly noted in text 3:100 48. The people of Belfalas, Dol Amros, were mainly Numenorean in origin, descendants of the settlers before the division of the people or the Armada of Ar-Pharazôn. Hence, they often used Numenorean Adunaic names, since the use of these was not then yet connected, and so on and so forth. But Legolas' mention of Nimrodel shows there was an ancient elvish port near Dol Amros, and as a small settlement of Sylvan elves, they're from Lorien. The legend of the prince's line was that one of their earliest fathers had wedded an elven maiden. What was the elven maiden name, chat? Come on, Mithrella, I think. Yeah, Mithrella was the name. It took a moment. In some legends, it was indeed evidently improbable to have been Nimrodel herself. More probably in other tales, it was Nimrodel's companions who was lost at the upper mountain glens. But interesting. In any case, I do not imagine Imrahil as bearded. So it was a very long answer by Tolkien, read the whole text. And there is a footnote with beards. I think it was a footnote. Oh no, I think I read the wrong thing. It's not in beards, it's in description of chapters. No, Sauron is also here. Welcome. Yeah, exactly. Aragorn did not have to shave them. How envy. Envy him. Zeb Twerp is also a tough question. I can't find it. There is a mention in some of these chapters. I think it's about appearances or something. There's a footnote somewhere about dwarves and beards. Unfortunately, I don't find it. Of course I don't find it, because that would have been great. I can't remember the footnote, chat. Here it is. I found it. In beards. Footnote 1 reads, for beards. When I came to think of it, in my own imagination, beards were not found among hobbits, as stated in the text. So that's very interesting, that also here it seems hobbits have no beards, even though the prologue kind of indicates this a bit differently, in my opinion. But it seems like Tolkien imagined that the hobbits had no beards. Beards were not found among hobbits, as stated in the text, nor among the Eldar, not stated. All male dwarves had them. So this is, I think, a statement that is a bit weird. Because here it explicitly says that all male dwarves had beards, which is of course true. This kind of, you could interpret, now we come to interpretation. We can interpret this as that female dwarves had them, but I think that is not the correct negotiation of this here. That is the important part here, in my opinion. All male dwarves had them. If we now logically, that means, so there is, in mathematics, there is the, in German we call this Quantoren. Quantifier? The universal quantifier is the other, the exist quantifier. Whatever. Often people in their head, in logic, if you have a mathematical statement of all people do X, then if you negate it, it is not all people. It is there's at least one that does not. Is the negation of this. That means the negation of all male dwarfs have them means that there might be female dwarfs that don't have beards. That's basically the statement of this. However, it has to be noted that this is like a very statement that in of itself also is not correct, because it says, nor among Eldar. We know, though, Eldar also had beards at some point, like Círdan, you can read it from Lord of the Rings, clearly had a beard. I did not expect to discuss beards for like 2 hours here today, but there we are. As they came to the gates, Círdan the shipwright came forth to greet them. Very tall he was, and his beard was long. And he was grey and old, save that his eyes were keen as stars. And he looked at them and bowed, and said, all is now ready. So here, the statement is not correct. And the reason why it's not correct, in my opinion, is because this is like a more general statement about this specific question. Like the original question that this here relates to is the following. Let me see. Patricia Finney asked because she wondered with a friend that some characters from Lord of the Rings would not have beards. And Tolkien commented on this quite long. And there's this weird footnote. And then Tolkien writes, in my own imagination, beards have not been found among hobbits. So I assume in the context of Lord of the Rings, the hobbits you meet there and so on, they don't have beards. There might be hobbits with beards though, because as said previously, the statement is also, different. Nor among the Elder, which is usually the elves you meet in Lord of the Rings, also don't have beards, with one exception, which is Círdan. He doesn't state it here explicitly. And he says also the male dwarves that you meet in Lord of the Rings, like Gimli, also in the Council of Elrond. Do we meet other dwarves in Lord of the Rings except Gimli? In the films there is... Let me just check. In the films we see multiple dwarves, like Glóin is also there. Is Glóin... No, Glóin is also with Gimli, right? That's a problem when you don't remember film and book stuff. Like sometimes in your head, film and book stuff meshes together. Council of Elrond participants. Yeah, Glóin and his son Gimli were sent by Dóin Ironfoot to warn Bilbo about the messenger of Mordor. That's why they were here. So we have 2 dwarves. Yeah. Glóin is there with his son, exactly. But in the film, I think you see 3 dwarves or 4 even, right? I think there are not more dwarves, Mark. I'm not 100% sure right now if this is just, I think it's just a film thing that there are more dwarves than Glóin and Gimli. And yeah, I remember talking that I think Glóin talks to Frodo and he bows and introduces himself. Disa had a beard. Yeah. It's eagles made with an Nazgul. No. Círdan is so old, he must be an elder just by chance. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, there is, if I remember correctly, Mark, you're kind of right, or you are, I guess, right. Basically, yeah. Originally, when Orome met the first elves in Cuivienen, I have to modify my map here. Cuivienen, this is the first age map here somewhere. Cuivienen. Question, is Cuivienen on the first age map here? No. It's not there. Whatever, doesn't matter too much. So it's kind of here when the elves first awoke. When Orome found them, he called all of them Eldar. And Eldar. And then later, it was only for those elves who followed the summons of the Valar and began the Great Journey. I'm not sure if it's only those who began the Great Journey, because technically Círdan also began the Great Journey. So he's potentially, you know what I mean? Like, Círdan was even already alive when this happened. Galadriel was not even born then. And just as an example, like, Círdan is so old, he was definitely alive at the end of the Great Journey, when they had to cross the ocean. And he did not cross the ocean because he wanted to wait for his king Elwë, later known as Thingol. And so in this context, I would say you can count Círdan as an Eldar. Then also Mahtan, though, the father of Nerdanel, would be also an Eldar, though. Finwë and Elwë were... No, I think Finwë and Elwë were not unbegotten, though, because Finwë... how was this with Finwë? There was an argument why he was not... Like, you can make for every person, you can make an argument why he's not. Like, Elwë, for example, has 2 brothers. So it makes no sense that he's an unbegotten. Unbegotten are elves that have no parents, that were just the first elves created. But yeah, the Middle-earth part for sure also plays a role in the aging of Círdan for sure. Dís is the sister of Thorin, and Disa is the character from Rings of Power, just to solve any confusion here. So yeah, we technically, if we return now to the statement with the beards, we know at least 1.5 Eldars, we could maybe argue, that have a beard, though. So it can happen. It might be exception. This is not an absolute statement. It's just, in Lord of the Rings, when you see a character, I usually imagine them like hobbits not having beards. I usually imagine that the elves have no beards. And all the dwarves you meet in the books also had beards. This doesn't say, though, that... And I think some people use this little footnote from Nature of Middle-earth as a little bit too strong of a statement to say, yeah, that means that female dwarves have no beards. Tolkien changed his mind. That is not, in my opinion, correct. You can only... Like, if you would interpret this as a now Tolkien changed his mind statement, then this would mean that not all females had a beard. But it would not mean that, you know what I mean? That only dwarven males had them. It doesn't say only dwarf males had beards. He wrote all male dwarf had beards. That's the difference. And the negation of this means that not all female, or not... There are at least some females that don't have beards. That's the negation of this statement, or the basically the other implication, if you would interpret it like this. But you could also say, yeah, all the dwarven males and only dwarven males appear in Lord of the Rings have a beard. like Disa or so, that female dwarven females simply don't show up in the books. We only have one named female, which is Dis, the sister of Thorin Oakenshield, and they also had a brother, and I forgot his name. What was the name of the brother? Starts with an F. Frerin, I think, is a brother of Thorin, right? Yeah, Frerin and Dis are the brother and sister of Thorin Oakenshield. So yeah, since nature of Middle Earth, we also know the generation of Círdan, Elwë, Finwë, and so on. Exactly, Killswitch puts it correctly. Also welcome. I also personally like that dwarf have beards, to be fair. Interestingly, now I have to... Peter Jackson also depicted dwarf females with beards, though, which is very cool, in my opinion. Wait a moment for me to find this. Just like I said, today is a bit messy because some of my stuff here doesn't work as it used to work, so I have to do a lot of extra steps to make the size correct. So, for example, in the first Hobbit film, we have this female dwarf here, and it's potentially hard to see, but she has a slight beard. So it's pretty nice by Peter Jackson to add this, in my opinion. There's another one where the dwarf woman escapes from the front gate of Erebor. I think she also has a beard, if I remember correctly. It's pretty hard to see, though, I think. I love that female dwarf. Yeah, that's pretty, in my opinion, also pretty cool. Yeah, I promise my control monitor is very small, so I have trouble seeing it without zooming in, and I maybe would have to bring it up on my big screen as well to see it. Wait, can I do this full screen on my main screen? Yeah, maybe very sly, but it's tough to see. But he also doesn't look happy. I can't blame her, though. Would a female dwarf orc half-breed have a beard? I don't know. No laser hair removal needed. The second one, not so much. I lost the female dwarf. Yeah, we can show the other dwarf again, because I think that's a pretty cool design for a female dwarf. Also, the other dwarf we have seen. Wait, let me just bring the other dwarf back on screen. Really short. In the video, I don't know if this is supposed to be Dees from Thorin's sister. I would imagine Dees to have darker hair, though to be fair, let me just think why it's fair. Feely and Keely also have, at least, I don't know if, is there a description of Feely and Keely's hair color? Does somebody know? I think Feely has also a similar hair color. Hair color's yellow of Feely. Okay, that's actually fitting. And Keely is then, I think, has darker hair again. So you could make an argument. No, it's also yellow. But it would kind of fit her hair color. I think it's just a film thing, which hair color they have. Let me just switch to the other dwarf again. We're now in the female dwarf appreciation section of the stream, it seems. This one, pretty cool in my opinion. That's a pretty decent female dwarf design. Okay. No inconsistencies. Yeah, let's not talk about the inconsistencies. So, chat, what was the other question? There was like some other question in chat. There was like an orc question about the soul, if orcs have soul. Yeah, somebody said, that's some time ago though, if orcs have a soul. I think that I discussed this in the comments recently. Somebody asked in comments if orcs have a soul. And it's really tough to answer the question, obviously. And I saw this kind of coming up here in the comments as well. Or was it in the last stream? I forgot. Somewhere somebody mentioned this and I answered to that. I remember that. Where was it though? It's always difficult to find stuff. It was an interesting one. So yeah, to make Los Nemo, you somewhere in your message you missed a space after a dot, and then my bot thinks you posted a link, and then he purges you. I can still read your message. Maybe post it again or so, or I can post it again. What could you tell us about Nindalf? Well, that's an area on the map with some swamp area in it. I think that's basically what I can tell you out of the... I was saving characters. Yeah, it's annoying on YouTube that you only have 200 things at my... I don't know why my bot reacts so heavily on this missing space things. So yeah, just for all as warning, if you, for whatever reason, write at the end of a sentence a dot and continue to write without a space, so we have, like, in this case it was movie.what, then the bot just thinks you posted a link and will not ban you, but give you a 1 second timeout to purge the message. That's kind of the downside of this. I heard that Warner Brothers are working on a new Lord of the Rings movie. What license do they hold currently pertaining to the lore? Because previously I think they were limited to Third Age during Lord of the Rings. I would assume they have the license for... previously it was the Paul Sands company or so. This company became Middle-earth Enterprises, and they were bought by Embracer Group recently, which is, I guess, also currently in some financial trouble. But let's not talk about that. And I'm not sure what license they exactly bought from Paul Sands company. They, like, Tolkien in the 60s sold his film and merchandise rights for Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. And he knew, or he thought, they will never be able to make a film out of this anyway. Then he got some animated film adaptations, like the... I almost said Gimli Hobbit film. The company who actually produced this was in Japan, and out of people that worked in this company later founded Studio Ghibli, which is kind of fun. Like, if you see how the Hobbit film from 1970 something looks like, you definitely see some parallels to Studio Ghibli films. I always say Gimli, I'm confused today. So that's kind of an interesting fun fact. Then it's also the Ralph Bakshi one, of course, and so on. And yeah, so they have... I'm not sure what Warner Brothers exactly negotiate, but for example, their video games and stuff they make based on the merchandise license they got. However, yeah, as said, I don't know exactly how big. In theory, they are allowed to make films about everything that is in Lord of the Rings. But I don't know the exact contract details here. So, bot programmer doesn't speak regular expressions. Well, that might be true. And what does Nindalf mean? Maybe we talk like the English translation is wet wang or wet field, wet flat, something like this. And the other name for Nindalf is wet wang. So nothing to do with Gandalf, or so it's just a coincidence. Maybe not, I'm not sure. So yeah, there's this. I assume though, like they only have like the maximum amount of rights they can have are Hobbit film, a Hobbit book, and Lord of the Rings book. That's basically all they can have. They don't have, like, the company does not have rights to Silmarillion, to Unfinished Tales and stuff like this. They don't have rights for that. They can only use what is in or implied in Lord of the Rings, and so on and so forth. And Amazon has the rights now to not produce films, but an actually TV show for this. There's maybe some sections in the original deal that Tolkien made that allows, I don't know, to some extent what they can do with this. And they, in this case, have to work with what is in Lord of the Rings and make a Second Age show out of this, even though it's Lord of the Rings plays in the Third Age. So I assume if they would make films, they can do stuff. There's another company, I'm not sure who is behind this, to be fair, but in Japan there's an anime made which will be called The War of the Rohirrim, which is about the story of Helm Hammerhand. That also will come out at some point. I think Miranda Otto, which is the actress that played Eowyn in Lord of the Rings, she is the narrator of this, I think. So potential might be cool. I hope it's good, because it would be great to have some cool stuff. So, but in theory, I'm not sure what when it comes to films. This is a film. I assume they in theory they could do a film about the War of Angmar. They could do a film about, as said, the story of Helm Hammerhand and the Fell Winter, or the Long Winter. The Long Winter. Which, even I confuse Long Winter and Fell Winter all the time. So I can't blame you. I even made a video recently about it. It's the Long Winter. Yeah, it's the Long Winter. The Fell Winter is with the White Wolf. The Long Winter is the Helm Hammerhand Winter. So yeah, this is definitely the possibility there. The problem is the Tolkien did not sell the Silmarillion rights. So the reason why these film rights even exist, why films can be made and so on, is because the Tolkien estate, let's call it Tolkien's family, owns the book rights and so on and so forth. And they're very protective about their stuff, and it seems like they don't want to give, at least as long as Christopher Tolkien was alive, they would never give out rights lightly, especially not for the Silmarillion and so on. And for the film rights, though, they didn't need to ask Tolkien's family. They could just do films and ask this company who Tolkien in the 60s sold the film rights to, which was, as said, Paul Sens company, and now called Middle-earth Enterprises. And they're now part of Embracer Group, like they were bought for like 2-something billion or something like that. It was a relatively expensive purchase, I think. Maybe it was even cheaper than that. I don't know. I'm kind of surprised that Amazon didn't buy the rights. They would have maybe been, I wouldn't say it's smart, but on the other side, I'm kind of glad that Amazon didn't buy it, to be fair. So that was this question. I hope I could kind of answer it, because, as I said, I don't know the exact details of film rights, contracts, and so on. It's just... maybe it was cheaper than that. Yeah, maybe it was cheaper. Yeah, book rights, untouchable, movie rights, money talks, exactly. Because it's simply a different company, and the company holds these film rights, and they can do, like the Tolkien company, like the Tolkien estate, can sell books. They can just re-release all their books with beautiful new artworks and a calendar every year, and make money out of this. If you have the film rights, you only make money if people buy the rights and make films, series, video games, merchandise, stuff like this. So you want that people actually make stuff with it. And for the Tolkien estate, they would not care, I think. Oh, Brothers of Arda is here. Nice. Great to see you. I'm doing well. Even though I feel like there are too many questions in chat to answer. So Zerb12 also asked that Tolkien created half-elves and half... asked multiple questions about this half-orc, half-elf, half-whatever thing. Why don't we see half-dwarfs, half-hobbits? I don't know, to be fair, why he didn't do other half-breeds between the other ones. I mean, the hobbits are already half-lings. So if we have half-hobbits, maybe we get quarter-hobbits or so. I'm not sure how they are called then, but yeah. It's a quarter hobbit, but he's taller than normal hobbit. Would be kind of funny. Maybe they are called quarters then. Halflings, quarters, something like that. Quarterlings, yeah, that's better. So yeah, it's difficult to describe. I don't know how exactly breeding works. You also ask about how orc breeding works. Tolkien says that orcs and also elves multiply by the matters of the children of Eru. So that is like humans also multiply. Tolkien has a very disturbing statement, I think in Morgoth's Ring or so, about this particular matter. That kind of you had to break somebody enough that you could break it's not possible for elves, for example, to breed with orcs, because it's a very complicated topic, and it's also kind of disturbing to talk about this. In the originally, Orc origin has multiple versions, of course, and in one Orc origin version is that orcs were once elves. So Tolkien took elves and broke them so much that they kind of became orcs. Tolkien didn't like this idea, and later he said, okay, these were humans and not orcs anymore. So men were the origin of orcs, and you have to keep this kind of in mind when you discuss this, because at different time frames. In Tolkien's writing process, he had different ideas about the idea where orcs come from. And this, you have always to consider the context here, which makes it very difficult to discuss, because if you, for example, take one quotation from a text, you have to also put the text in context of which idea was currently at the time the text was written in Tolkien's, or was present in Tolkien's mind, if that makes sense. And that makes it very difficult. However, there is like a disturbing statement of Tolkien that is basically about that you had to break also, like you basically had to make an orc already out of a human to make this human breed with an orc, if that makes kind of sense. And then you have these half-goblins that are somewhere here and there mentioned. But it's very rare. It's a weird, disturbing special case, kind of. That's the reason. How it works for hobbits, I have no idea. There's no precedence for like men and a hobbit, I think, having children. I don't know. And it's had elves, elves had the possibility, if you would, I don't know, torture them or so, that they could make their spirit leave their body and then they would be dead anyway. If that makes sense. Tolkien kind of implemented this escape. And this, the orc soul thing was also a question in chat recently. The orc soul problem. Tolkien wrote in his letter multiple things. Like Tolkien kind of, I would almost say he tried always to dodge the question a little bit. And Tolkien wrote in a letter, let me just see if I find it. Yeah, like it's a letter Tolkien did not send, though. It's a letter you could say is not canon or so, but Tolkien here mentions this at least. The orcs, they would at last, it was letter 153, I think, 53. But it's the draft letter not sent. They, the orcs, would at least be real physical realities in the physical world. However evil they might prove, even mocking the children of God. They would be Morgoth's greatest sin. Abuses of his highest privilege, and would be creatures begotten of sin, and naturally bad. And now Tolkien adds this in brackets, I nearly wrote irredeemably bad, but that would be going too far, because by accepting and tolerating their making necessary to their actual existence, even orcs would become part of the world, which is God's and ultimately good. So he kind of implies here that orcs might have a path of redemption in some shape or form, because that must be possible, because they are part of the creation as well, even though God didn't create them. Existing beings were transformed into orcs. However, Tolkien adds to this, but whether they could have souls or spirits seems a different question, and since in my Myst, at any rate, I do not conceive of the making of souls or spirits, things of an equal order, if not an equal power to the Valar, as a possible delegation, I have represented at least the orcs as pre-existing real beings on whom the Dark Lord has exerted the fullness of his power in remodeling or corrupting them, not making them. That God would tolerate, that seems to be a worse theology than the toleration of the calculated humanization of men by tyrants that goes on today. This was written 1954, so potentially Tolkien had his times and wars and so on in mind with the statement. But so since they originally were men or elves who clearly have a soul, orcs in theory should also have a soul, but Tolkien kind of wants to be very carefully with this. I personally think if somebody has a path of redemption only makes, at least in this context, like Tolkien was a Christian, a devoted Catholic, I think redemption makes a lot of sense for entities having a soul. You know what I mean? That's basically would be my argument, that potentially orcs could have a soul, and the beings they originate from had a soul, so why wouldn't orcs not have a soul? That makes kind of a problem. And he says the soul for these orcs was not created by Morgoth, it was created by God. It was just corrupted. So they are corrupted entities in this regard. There's another statement by Tolkien much, much later from 1965, where somebody asked Tolkien basically if the entire race of orcs was irredeemably wicked and if that was not heretical. And Tolkien kind of answers, kind of dodges this a little bit, because I think that's a stupid question, I think. We believe that, I suppose, of all human kinds and sons and breeds, though some appear both as individuals and groups to be, by us at any rate unredeemable. One of my troubles is that I was just spending, and so on. Here he goes into a different thing here. And he also, at the beginning of the letter, he says, with regard to Lord of the Rings, I cannot claim to be a sufficient theologian to say whether my notion of orcs is heretical or not. I don't feel under any obligation to make my story fit with formalized Christian theology, though I actually intended it to be consonant with Christian thought and belief, which I asserted somewhere, book 5, page 190, where Frodo asserts that the orcs are not evil in origin. And then there comes a sentence I just read. We believe that, I suppose, all humankind and so on and so forth, blah blah blah, are for us at any rate unredeemable. That they appear unredeemable, but that must not necessarily be the case. Tolkien doesn't write much more to it. But I think what Tolkien means here is there are some individuals in our world which we say, they are unredeemable, but it's not our decision from a theological point of standpoint to make this a thing of kind of God. But that goes, as I said, too much into theology, and Tolkien did even though his work is definitely Catholic, and he is a Catholic, and as a result, his work is also put some of his inner beliefs into his works as well. It's not a theological work. That would go too far, in my opinion, and needs a lot of interpretation. You can interpret a lot of theology into Lord of the Rings and so on, but I think it has limits, in my opinion. That's kind of what Tolkien tries to say here. And if it's heretical or not is, as a result, not really a question of Lord of the Rings or not. as I said, he kind of tries to dodge the question. I feel like a bit to not say, yeah, it's like this or that. But he says orcs, in the other letter, he says orcs are created by corrupting existing beings that were originally created by God and have a soul. So in theory, orcs should have a soul as well, and there might be they seem to be unredeemably bad, but they are not unredeemably bad, they are just bad. And there is maybe a path for redemption of them, and as a result, I would argue they potentially have a soul, but it's a complicated topic. I hope this kind of answers the other question. I forgot who asked it though. Do humans have souls and go to the halls of Mandos, or do they bound to oblivion when they die? Okay, so since we are just discussing souls right now, it's kind of fitting. We also have an interesting depiction by Peter Macri for Halls of Mandos, which I just thought about a moment ago. Fortunately, I have to resize my images here, as always. That's why it takes me a moment to bring you the artwork. So we have a little bit of production going on here. It's maybe not a bad idea. People really ask me tough questions today, I have to admit. That should work, I think. So yeah, Peter Macri made this here. It's never really described how they look exactly, so it's just some imagination how these halls might look. Just to have some kind of visual, artistical representation of this. I think it's one of the only artworks I have access to that I can show you. Still shoutouts to him. I think he makes pretty good artworks. So yeah, what happens with the souls? We don't know exactly if the souls of men go to the halls of Mandos. There seems to be a possibility that this is a case. However, the souls of men don't stay in the halls of Mandos. Like when they die, my understanding is they go to the halls of Mandos, and from there to a place unknown to Valar and so on, that is, I don't know, only God knows where they go after that. They don't go to the Oblivion, but they go to a place close to Eru or whatever, hard to tell where they go exactly. Tolkien doesn't specify this too much, but men have they have the gift of men that was given to them by Eru, and this includes that they have a future that is different to the elf's future. The elf soul goes to the halls of Mandos, and then they are re-embodied, get a new body by Manwë, and then they can live in Aman, but they are ultimately bound to the world itself. It is different for men. They are not bound to the world. They die and leave the world and go somewhere else. Nobody knows where that is. And that is their gift. And it might be better than the world, actually, or whatever. Hard to tell. There's no, state of quality there. However, there is, I think, the idea why some people assume that men also go for a short time to the halls of Mandos is that we have the story of Beren and Luthien. Exactly, Homebody is already writing it, and there it is kind of implied that Beren is also waiting there. Yeah, Luthien told Beren to wait in the halls, which implies humans go there, but just for a short while. Exactly, that is exactly how I couldn't have phrased this better. Like in the story of Beren and Luthien, when both are dead, Luthien as an elf of course goes there, but it seems like Beren is also there, just separated from the elves and so on, then they move kind of on. If that makes sense. So that is the statement for that. I'm not even sure if I could find this. Beren and Luthien story is kind of long. Beren, Luthien. So yeah, the song of Luthien before Mandos was the song most fair that ever in words was woven, and the song most sorrowful that ever the world shall hear. And then it explains a lot of things and so on. And then the next passage it says, therefore he, Mandos, summoned Beren, and even as Luthien had spoken in the hour of his death, they met again beyond the western sea. But Mandos had not the power to withhold the spirits of men that were dead within the confines of the world after their time of waiting, nor could he change the fates of the children of Ilúvatar. He went therefore to Manwë, Lord of the Valar, who governed the world under the hand of Ilúvatar, and Manwë sought counsel in his inmost thought, where the will of Ilúvatar was revealed. Then, they both get revived and have one more mortal life kind of to live together in a isolated place that is in Middle-earth though. So yeah, it is here it clearly says that it seems they go to the halls of Mandos, yeah, exactly, Tushan, like maybe the purgatory in Catholic thinking, something like that, maybe. This is our biggest precedent for what is going on there with men and their souls, like this story here in particular. Actually, that's a very good question. Unfortunately, I don't know out of my head. Would have to look into this as well. I know you asked the question before, and I said, oh, I don't know that. But, I mean, with some of these names, that's always possible, I think. I did well in catechism class. Let me just see. Nah, it's too difficult to look this up to make. I can't do the research for your question mark on the fly. I would to find this out. I would have to look into the I think into the first in some of the there's books, History of Middle-earth books that describe the creation of the rings of the Lord of the Rings book and scripts and so on. Maybe we would have to look in how this originally was planned out. Maybe find information there, but I don't know this particular information like without doing any research on it. Unfortunately, I could maybe try to find it really quick. Found the feed is wrong. Turn of the Shadow should have it in it. Is there a Knife in the Dark? Knife in the Dark is a strange chapter, though. Because there are... I think Knife in the Dark Tolkien wrote later. Like that is Knife in the Dark is really, like, from its creation standpoint, I think that's a very fascinating chapter. Let me just see if I find something, chat. Of the Shadow, maybe I'm not sure. Does somebody out of his head know in which book Tolkien discusses this? Is it in Treason of Isengard? I think it is. Fortunately, I don't see it here in my list. Where is it? Treason of Isengard. I rarely... Okay, here it says in this particular song that it was written at this time, so it seems like it's not for Fingolfin. If there's a version for it, I don't know. But sings Strider sings it, right? Doesn't Sam sing it later as well? No. The Hobbit's Gate Strider, it seems that it was learned in old lore as well. Who was Gilgalad? Asked Merry, but Strider did not answer and seemed to be lost in thought. Suddenly, a low... Yeah, Sam sings it. Yeah, of course. And he learned it from Bilbo, so... So, yeah, I assume, like, if this is correct, then I would assume, yeah, it's in origin not written. Sam's Song of Gilgalad was written at this time and entered into the manuscript. Note 25. Let us see what Note 25 says. The original workings of Sam's Song of Gilgalad are extant, with the original from the dialogue that followed his recital. The others turned in amazement, and the voice of Sam's don't stop, said Frodo. Their Strider is still called Trotter, interestingly. That is, it comes from the fall of Gilgalad, which is an old tongue Bilbo must have been translating. I know the book from and so forth. Yeah, it seems like it's not written for Fingolfin, but it was Tolkien created it for this particular chapter. But as said, this A Knife in the Dark chapter, I think it is it's a very strange one. Like, this chapter was written relatively quite a bit later in this context. Now I have lost it. I have a rather mundane question about Tolkien's letter 173. Okay, let's hear it. He says he wished he had written more about Sam and Elanor, but felt it would ruin the ending. Elanor is a daughter of Sam. Interestingly, in Rings of Power, Nori's full name is also Elanor. And of course, that is also the name of a flower. I don't know which flower, like a golden star-shaped flower grew in heaven. Yeah, it's a flower. I'm not sure what the real world inspiration is. I only know video games, Lord of the Rings, and computer stuff. That's it. I don't know nothing about flowers. But yeah, Eleanor Gardiner is the first child of Samurai Gamgee. He's then later called he's not called Gamgee anymore, he's called Gardiner then. Oh, Jenny Dolphin has a beautiful artwork of her. I'm not sure when she made this. She made this year. Okay, we have a new artwork that I have to show on stream. Just takes me a moment to bring this. Shoutouts to Jenny Dolphin for it. I hope I should be allowed to use it because I asked her for permission for stuff, but not for this particular one though. Rings, artworks. Then we can also switch stuff here really quick. Maybe we take this here. Just takes a moment for me to bring this on screen, chat. Don't be hasty. There it is. Isn't it beautiful? Yeah, so pretty awesome. Shoutouts to Jenny Dolphin. Links of the artist should be in the description if you want to check their galleries and stuff. Have some good stuff here. Okay, it's also Joe has also an interesting question here. Eleanor Gardiner. Let me just read this here. I will say that your choice is right, and though all the mighty elf friends of old, Hador, Húrin, and Túrin, and Beren himself were assembled together, your seat should be among them. Yeah, Túrin is kind of an odd one, right? So to be fair, I mean, Túrin was at least also had a huge standing in context of what is his name, man? I forgot. Today my name memory is just not on point. Orodres, that is the name. It's like he was he had a good standing with Orodres, I think. Even though he made terrible decisions, but the king kind of trusted him. And he was he was also in love with Finduilas, right? So in this regard, yeah, maybe. But let's say Túrin is potentially more troubled of the friends, I guess. I want to know if there are female Balrogs. We can have wizard Balrog half-breeds. I don't know if there were female Balrogs, to be fair. The reason for that is, I mean, some could make arguments for there being female Nazgul, but Balrogs, I don't know. I also don't think that there were female Nazgul, to be fair, but that's a different story. Balrogs, no idea. I mean, spirit beings, they could be females as well, but who knows? In theory, like in an early version, Morgoth tries to corrupt Arien, the Maya that basically escorts the sun. And of course, I would assume she has fire resistance in a way. Or is also related with fire, kind of like a Balrog. So in this regard, there seems to be female Maya that are kind of related to fire. So in theory, there could be also female Balrogs, but I don't know. Wasn't there another interesting question I wanted to answer a while ago? I forgot what it was, though. Oh, that Laszlo's Nemo also asked, do the Ainur, Vala Maiar, are stuck in their corporeal form, or are they bound to someday return to spiritual form and rejoicing Eru? Also, does Eru possess corporeal form since he can influence? And I don't know about Eru, to be honest. I don't think so. I think Eru is a more spirit entity. Though for the Maiar, though, that's an interesting question, to be fair. Like, they are both. Like, when original, they are spirit beings, all of them. They came to Middle-earth and took a physical form. Like, they invested some, let's say, of their power to take a physical form that they have on the world. They are bound to it, to the world, that is. If they can, it seems like that the powerful Ainur can kind of manipulate their physical form in many ways. And there's an interesting text in Nature of Middle-earth. Fortunately, I forgot, of course, in which where it's written. I think we answered this question in the past already, but unfortunately I can't remember. Yeah, there's a chapter called The Visible Forms of the Valar and Maiar. I think somewhere here there's an interesting thing that hints at that in theory they can kind of teleport. So the body of the Mayas called Fanar, the bodies, and which were originally devised out of love for the children of Eru. The incarnate whom they were to guard and counsel had the properties of material of which the Koar, or bodies of the elves and also men, were formed. They were not transformed. They were not transparent. They cast shadows if their inner luminosity was dimmed, and could move material objects, and were resisted by these and resisted them. These Fanar were, however, also personal expressions in terms of suitable and apprehension of their incarnate, of the individual natures and functions, and were usually also clad in vestures of similar purpose. But it is, and here it comes, it is often mentioned in the legends that certain of the Valar, and occasionally of the Maiar, passed over the sea and appeared in Middle-earth, notably Orome, Ulmo, and Yavanna. The Valar and Maiar were essentially spirits, according to Elvish tradition, given being before the making of Ea. They could go where they willed, that is, could be present at once at any point in Ea where they desired to be. The Fana was used of the raiment or veils in which the Valar presented themselves. These were the bodily forms like those of elves and men, as well as the further vestures in which the Valar were self-incarnated. Now that's the new text. The briefer related texting. From whom? Only statement here. In these forms they present themselves to the elves, though they could assume other and wholly alien shapes, appearing usually as persons of majestic but not gigantic stature. There's also footnote 5 here. So here in footnote 5, this teleportation thing is explained a bit further, I think. Subject only to special limitations voluntarily taken upon themselves or decreed by Eru. That is, I think, that means the Istari, who basically took a special bodily form. They had to clothe themselves in flesh, as Tolkien describes it, and we can read in Unfinished Tales. Thus, after the final establishment of Arda, when the Valar, the spirits destined to be most concerned with this chosen stage of combat with Melkor, took up their abode in Middle-earth, they no longer passed beyond its confines. That is, according to Elvish tradition, they remained usually clad in their Fanar, in physical residence on Earth as its guardians. Okay, that doesn't give us too much context, to be honest. I thought there would be like a new big statement. But they were essentially spirits, and they could, as spirits, go anywhere they willed and then be present there at once, at any point in Ea where they desire to be. So they definitely have possibilities to manipulate their body. I think that's the best answer I can give to that. No, the dragons were created out of existing beings by Morgoth in some shape or form. How he did it exactly, we don't know, but the dragons were created later. They were not part of the song. That is different potentially from Goliath, though. The first dragon that appeared was Glaurung, and he was kind of made by Morgoth. Although Morgoth, like he seems to have a spirit in it, and Morgoth can't create spirits, so he had to use an existing spirit and put it into some being or something like that. That I assume how it works, but I don't know exactly. The thing is not described. Is there a slight possibility that when the Blue Wizards traveled in the farthest regions of the east, they could have met a few surviving Avari elves? We know the Avari were still the Second Age. Yeah, there seems to be. It's definitely possible, yes. I would say there's no explicit statement about this, but in theory, yeah, for sure they could have met the Avari. There were even further west were some Avari in Middle-earth in the First Age, so that doesn't help, I guess. But yeah, in theory, they could have met those. I would definitely say that even kind of plausible. Aldarion had a great relationship with Círdan and Gil-galad, but what about Elrond, who is the great uncle? That's a good point. I think I don't know. It's not recorded because I know why it's not recorded. We have to keep in mind that these little text passages we have are very packed with information and very skipping over a lot of events that are not really necessary to tell what Tolkien wanted to tell there. So Tolkien doesn't describe every meeting there in his writings, of course. That's potentially why it's not mentioned how he met Elrond, but that for sure would be very plausible, because Elrond was living for a long time as a, let's call it, advisor for Gil-galad in Lindon. That's the name. Just couldn't come up with it. It was not Lorien. It was not Mislond was the capital. How was the place called? Lindon. What are his thoughts about the origin of Ungoliant? I assume, like, Eru, it's like, in theory, like, that's my imagination, nothing can exist without Eru creating it. So in some shape or form, also Ungoliant had to be created. Maybe she was potentially like the dissonance in the music. Maybe she always existed and had also had like her, basically her role, her power, her reason to exist is also maybe one of the Ainur and like the others. Maybe not. It's hard to tell. It could be like a manifestation of darkness in the song of, in the dissonance Melkor put into the song, and Eru made basically reality out of it. It's very, really difficult to answer. We just know that she entered from outside. I think there's, let me see if we find this description in the Silmarillion. Looking bad. The elder knew not whence she came, but some have said that in ages long before she descended from the darkness that lies about Arda, when Melkor first looked down in envy upon the kingdom of Manwë, and that in the beginning she was one of those that he corrupted to his service, but she had disowned her master, desiring to be mistress of her own lust, taking all things herself to feed her emptiness, and she fled to the south, escaping the souls of the Valar and the hunters of Orome for their vigilance, and had ever been to the north and the south. What? And the south was long unheeded. So Avasar is in the south, so I don't know. Yeah. And she took the shape as a spider of monstrous form, weaving her black webs in a cleft of mountains. There she sucked up all light and so on. Like, Ungoliant seems to be some entity of darkness, like a black hole or something like this. It just eats everything. Like, if you're outside in the, I don't know, where there's no light, and you light a candle or something like this, it becomes, it lights up the surroundings a little bit, but it's still pretty dark. Like, and when you kind of put the lights out again, then Yeah, the darkness eats it up very fast. I think that's kind of the idea of Tolkien. The darkness eats the light, kind of, even though it's physically, I guess, different. Yeah, black hole is kind of a good description. I like the idea because she's always hungry. She eats everything. She sucks up the light and so on. So maybe kind of that. She's for me always the embodiment of darkness, of something very dark that just wants to eat everything. We also have the emptiness. That's a hole is also empty, even though a black hole is not empty. That's a difficult physical topic here, but I mean, you could argue there is some emptiness inside a black hole as well, I guess, because the star corpse, the dying star, collapses to a potential point that is not defined anymore. She's a photon grain. Very destructive, but required for making the universe. Yeah, that's actually a very good point. Therefore optional. So I think, yeah, black hole is a pretty good thing. Where do the dwarf souls go? It seems like the dwarfs believe that Aule takes it, like they also, I assume, go to the halls of Mandos. Though I have to admit, I can't point a direct quote for that. But there is a belief among the dwarfs that Aule will at some point basically bring the dwarfs back into the world, and they will rebuild the new world when the old world is destroyed. That's basically the belief of the dwarfs, that they help with. They of course are devoted to Aule, who is also a smith, and yeah, they build the world again, or rebuild it, or build a new one. So there's also some afterlife for them. I assume in the halls of Mandos. Yeah, that's true. Black holes are kind of full, that is true. But even though they are full, they never stop. That's potentially what emptiness means. There's still a little bit of space left. That's kind of what makes them creepy, I guess. Yeah, it's simply not defined. Like everything beyond the, like what happens beyond the event horizon, we can't observe, so we don't know exactly. And I think the black hole concept itself is a singularity, which means it's mathematically not defined. But the idea is basically that the remains of a dead star are too heavy that not even what is it called in English? Yes, it's simply called the Pauli principle, right? Or the Pauli exclusion principle. That the force is so big that it overcomes this principle, and then it shrinks to what do you call it, limitless small point. Yeah, that's how it's pronounced. Infinitesimal, I think, is the English pronunciation of infinitesimal. Yeah. But it's a different topic. Are black holes canon now? Well, Ungoliant exists, I guess. I think Ungoliant is even mentioned in Lord of the Rings, so she's kind of canon, I think. I'm not sure if it is. She mentioned in Lord of the Rings? I think she is. Yeah. Maybe not. Should have spelled her completely. One time. But none could rival her, Shelob the Great, last child of Ungoliant, to trouble the unhappy world. So if she's like comparable to a black hole, then yeah, I guess. if Stephen Hawking was right with this Hawking radiation, then black holes would be full over time. Yes, or kind of. But we go too deep into this topic. There's a fifth age of the dwarf. There might be more ages. I think the fourth age is supposed to be. Is it the last? I don't know. It depends. But this is basically. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Blue that became the Blue Brothers? Potentially, yes. Yeah, the nameless things also being older than Sauron seems weird. But it could mean that they were older than Sauron, like they existed longer than Sauron was Sauron, because Sauron was at the beginning Myron and not Sauron. When he still worked for Aule, you could say. I think his betrayal came later. Anyway, this is a lovely photo. Yeah, I really like the Gandalf and Thorin sitting in the prancing pony photo. The screenshot from the I think it's from the second Hobbit film, right? From the it's only in the extended edition, I think. But I'm not 100% sure on that. Haven't seen the normal Hobbit version in a long time. Kind of like distinguishing Melkor and Morgoth. Yeah, kind of. But it's, yeah. Or Gorthauer. Yeah. It's. You could make an argument at least for this, because it makes no sense that physical entities under the Earth existed longer than Earth existed. That makes no sense. So maybe that is what Tolkien meant. Yeah, exactly. The center of a black hole is a dead star that falls to an infinite. I can't say the word. Infinitesimal in German. Small point. And that is the singularity. Exactly. And the interesting point about it's like every object has a Schwarzschild radius. And in a black hole, but in most objects, the so-called Schwarzschild radius is bigger than the object itself, which is different for a black hole. There, the Schwarzschild radius is bigger than the object itself. That's why there's an event horizon around it, which radius is defined by a physicist, Mr. Schwarzschild. A very fitting name, because Schwarzschild means black shield, translated. But it's actually the name of the person who calculated that. Yeah, I think Karl Schwarzschild was his name. No, I'm not a physicist, but I actually wanted to become a physicist once, and I studied a few, what do you call semester in English? Boy, my English is bad today. Semester, I assume, yeah. A few semesters of physics I studied. My side subject was also astronomy. But it was a long time ago. You bought the extended Hobbit just for the watch parties. Did you regret it though, Zushan? There is a Hobbit in the background in the Prancing Pony. I'm not sure. I can't really see it here from my screen because it's too small. The event horizon size is defined by the mass of the singularity. And technically, it is part of the singularity, just that the object, the singularity, is smaller than it. Usually it's part of it, though. But the origin of the gravitational force is, of course, the singularity itself. That's kind of right. But you technically can't enter it anyway, I guess. Because nothing comes out and you die when you get close. But that's a different story, I guess. Spaghettification, yeah, spaghettification, exactly. It's kind of the question, is the event horizon, is it part of the black hole or not? But why would you argue that it's not part of the black hole? It's not a physical something. It is basically just a mathematical defined place where light or anything that enters it can't leave it anymore. And that's why it's black. In theory, you are right. It's just a space between this mathematical definition and the singularity. But this event horizon only exists because of the singularity. And it would be, if the singularity would not be a singularity, would be inside, like in a for example, a neutron star. It's the event horizon is inside the neutron star. And this leads us also to a completely different topic, right? Okay, here I can link you to just we can go to nasa.gov, and that says a black hole is an astronomical object with a gravitational pull so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape it. A black hole's surface is called event horizon. So in my opinion, that would kind of hint that it's considered part of it, but it's like I said, it's just a definition thing. Defines the boundary where the velocity needs to escape. Basically, the velocity to escape the Schwarzschild radius, the event horizon, is bigger than the speed of light. And Einstein kind of proclaimed that light can't be, nothing can be faster, at least nothing with information can be faster than light. That's why it can't escape it. But yeah, that's a different topic. Of course, he would still be beyond it, but it's kind of, I think, part of the thing. Okay, Mary Ron says... Not sure... There's an Appendix 1. What is an Appendix 1 exactly? I think you're referring to some older stuff, right? That we discussed a while ago. Mary Cahonen. I'm a daughter of one, and that doesn't help much. My thing was languages and history and art. It's kind of cool. Maybe you could ask your father. I assume. Well, you said. I mean, whatever. It could also be your mother that is a physicist, right? At some point. Next stream. Homework. No, forget about it. The edge of Ungoliant's web is the event horizon. Exactly. I ran out of beer. Oh no. We're still discussing how Turin was the bane of the elves. He kind of was. Pumpkin Rick, do we know if anyone else from the main characters has visited the Prancing Pony besides Aragorn and the Hobbits? Thorin definitely has... No, not definitely, because we don't know. Aragorn, the Hobbits, Gandalf has visited the Prancing Pony as well, of course. But you said besides the main characters. Oh, from the main characters. So yeah, definitely Gandalf. Definitely Meryn and Merry Pippin. Sam. I'm not sure if there's a reference for Bilbo there. Oh, yeah, that is long gone. I'm sorry. He knew people like Femi and Otmar. Okay, that is impressive. My mother said was a big down. I still have to see the film though, but that's a different topic. I had no time to see it yet. I wanted to go with friends, and then my friends couldn't at that day, and then the friend I wanted to go with to see the film was on vacation, and I think he comes back soon, so I have to do this. Let me just think, Pumpkin Rick. Did I forget the chat? That's also a question for chat, basically. Does anybody in chat know who else visited the Prancing Pony for sure? Gandalf. Thorin, in theory, could have visited it as well, though when he visited, Mr. Butterbur was not born, so maybe it was called differently when Thorin Oakenshield visited it. Because in the text, it's in Unfinished Tales, called the chapter Hunt for the Ring, it should be. It's also in Lord of the Rings, actually, so we don't even have to go there. Let me just see if I find it really quick. It's in Appendix A, as always. And in Appendix A, in 3 Durin's folk towards House of Eorl, there was Durin's folk. Breed gold, breed. On a time, Thorin, returning west from a journey, stayed at Bree for the night. There was Gandalf also, potentially staying for the night. He was on his way to the Shire. And Tolkien notes it was 15th of March, 2941, the Third Age, where this happened. So in theory, if the Prancing Pony was around there, and it was the only place to basically stay at night in Bree, then Thorin Oakenshield also was in Bree. And that's also interesting. So back when my dad started in physics, you had to be fluent in reading and writing German because all the best physics books were in German. Now English is the lingua franca of the science world. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we had a lot of like Schwarzschild, Einstein, Planck, and all the others. Like Germany was pretty big in a lot of fields, especially physics and science and so on, back in the day. And then these crazy people in Germany got to power, and then everything went downhill, I guess. But let's never talk about those people. I should say criminals, to be fair. It seems like nobody in chat has any anything in Rivendell. Gandalf tells Frodo that Elrond's sons are away on errantry. Like Assyrian errantry going to his act seems like a strange word to use on me. Yeah, potentially. That's kind of interesting. I mean, they're often on the fields doing like fight. I don't know what they do, fighting orcs, protecting the poor, doing stuff with Aragorn, something like that. And maybe Gandalf also asked to the Shire be protected. So maybe they were also around looking out for Nazgul and stuff. Could imagine that as well. And since that is not a specific place, they had to kind of, go around, if that makes sense. Who was the first of Durin's ancestors to become king under the mountain? And this is kind of a trick question, because there was a time where like the father of Thorin Oakenshield is Throin the Second, and interestingly the first living in Erebor, but I forgot who was the first king. I think he had a son that was also Throin and Thorin the First, both. Let me see if I find it really quick. There was a father called Noin the First. He was the son of Noin. I'm not sure if Noin established it or Throin the First. I think it was Throin the First. Yeah, Throin the First was became king of Durin's throne. He led his wandering people until 1999, when he found the kingdom on the mountain Erebor, exactly like this. I mean, yeah, I think I still answered the question correctly, I hope, the Brothers of Ada. But it's kind of funny that there is Throin the First and Thorin the First, and there's Throin the Second and Thorin the Second, and both are kind of related to Erebor. I mean, Durin the Seventh is also later a descendant of Durin Ironfoot, so there's also Thorin Stonehelm, like Thorin the Third, which is also, I think, the son of Durin Ironfoot. And we don't know when Durin the Fifth and we know when the Sixth lived, right? Yeah, in 1980 he died. Tolkien wrote a poem named Errantry also. That's interesting. I'm just going to lie down and listen. I have a painful wrist joint for some reason, but I'm listening. Okay. Get well. Hope your wrist gets well soon. Yeah, forgetting a language is always kind of difficult. I had in school Latin. I also know I forgot so many things. Kind of impressive. But turns out in your daily life you rarely need Latin. Only if you want to know where words are from. When the world was flat, was there a barrier to keep sailors from going over the edge? I think no, but I don't know. Yeah, maybe there was a strong reverse tide. Definitely possible. But yeah, the interesting part about Thorin the First and Thorin the First, which is not Thorin Oakenshield, they didn't stay long in Erebor. They then went to the Grey Mountains, and there they ruled then. And then only Thror became later, returned to Erebor and became king there and continued the line there after the dwarves got kicked out of the Grey Mountains by the dragons. Okay, chat, I feel like I have answered like 2.5 million questions for today. Some really tough ones. There was like some other question I always thought, oh yeah, this question I would also like to talk about, but I forgot what it was. And the person is potentially not in chat anymore, because we are talking for like 3 hours straight. So maybe we have some short questions left in chat or something that I did not answer or so. I forgot what other questions are. My brain is kind of empty by now. $2.7 more like it. I mean, this time we went through a lot of questions. I didn't do much production today, which simply has to do with, like I said, I tried to stream I streamed today in a higher resolution, so you can watch this at 1440p, which is, I guess, kind of cool. I could even, I was even thinking about trying 4K, but yeah, I kind of like the idea of having the possibility to stream. Have you heard anything? Wait, there's another question. Is Middle-earth flat or round? Is it hollow with holes at the poles and dinosaurs live in the interior shell? Like, according to the history, it started, like, that's a complicated question. Tolkien started working on the so-called round world version, where the world was always round, a sphere. However, originally, like in the Silmarillion and so on, the world starts flat. Then the destruction of Numenor happens, and the oceans are bent, which is also referenced in Lord of the Rings and some other books. And then the world becomes a sphere. If it's hollow from inside, I don't know. But the idea is basically that the Tolkien wrote, like, originally wanted to write mythology, and even though he kind of for England, even though he abandoned kind of the idea of writing mythology for England, in my opinion. Still some aspects of this are still there in his writings, of course. And the idea of the world itself is that it's not a fictional world, it's actually our world. Just like a mythological version that slowly grows into the version that we know from our world, if that makes sense. As a result, at some point the world will be identical with our world as we know it today, and as such, of course, it is not hollow from the inside, as we know. 3 hours straight is quite modest in Chris' live streams, that is true. How's the algorithm liking your games channel? I think depends on the topic. I think the cyberpunk videos I made were very popular, more popular than I anticipated. Some other stuff as well. So it feels like, the games channel did well. Not all the videos did well, to be fair, but some definitely did much better than I anticipated, and that is good. However, currently the my last video has like 20k views or something like that, ridiculous. And yeah, thanks for the support. Glad that people like it so much and that people watch the current Prelude to the Hobbit video, which I maybe should link here in chat. Just in case anybody has not seen it yet. So that kind of works, and I'm very happy to see good numbers on a video I uploaded on my main channel as well. But yes, definitely something I like to work. This is nothing for you. Oh, Tirza is here. Welcome. I know 3 hours is not, or almost, we are 3 hour 47, says my timer here. Even though maybe it's more 3.5 hours because I didn't start immediately. I've streamed for 8 hours here on this. I loved falling asleep to Chris' stream, and when I woke up, it was still going. Yeah, that happened one time, I think, for sure. But that's very excessive. The problem with these streams here is I have to consistently talk for 3 hours straight or 4 hours. That goes on your voice for some over time. And also on your concentration and so on. If I play a video game at I can also shut up at times and just say, yeah, I just shut up. There's a cutscene. So I don't have to consistently talk there. That's a huge difference here because you only see like the image of Gandalf and Thorin and some lines moving at the top, and that's it basically. It's not that interesting if I would stop talking all of a sudden, which sometimes happens when I have to do some quick research in the background, or production stuff. Because I'm bad at doing research and talking at the same time. But it was kind of an exception. But yeah, kind of happy with this. There wasn't another question? Have you heard anything about Rings of Power Season 2? Are they making improvements? I have no idea. I haven't looked too much into the Rings of Power topic because I'm also kind of sick of it, to be honest. It's just too much discussion. I just wait. I'm a bit worried. After episode 8 of the first season, I'm very worried about Rings of Power, I have to say. I was not happy with with episode 8 and the finale of the final episode of the first season. I think a lot of people were also not happy with other stuff, and I also was not happy with other stuff, but especially some implications of this episode have me very worried. Yeah, it would be interesting to see extended edition, that is true, even though one have to admit that the episodes are already quite long. When Gandalf returned to Aman, would he have returned to the form of Olorin? They would have confused Bilbo and Frodo. That's true. He would have returned to the form of Olorin, though I think the form of Olorin is relatively similar to Gandalf the White already. So yeah, it potentially confused them, but I think it could be still similar. Oh, reflective rambling is also there. I should not be surprised that you are still going. Yeah, I started very late today, so it's very late for me. I'm starting to get tired, I have to admit. Everyone loved Rings of Power. Yeah, I wouldn't say everyone, but let's say almost everyone, maybe. Like it's always, I still get negative comments about the show, and it's not running for almost a year. It's people are so triggered by the show in some parts. It's fascinating. I utterly love parts of it. Not ashamed of that. I think part of is my ability to separate thoughts in different renditions. Yeah, that's true. I also like parts of it as well. But yeah, it's just always when we start discussing the show, some people, yeah, I don't know, get really angry. Okay, Zerp Twerp with the hot takes here. You should disown me. But yeah, very nice to see you here. 2-minute video. Very interesting. More honestly, I think I'm the only one who loves Rings of Power and the Hobbits. But what do I know? Okay, reflective rambling with the gift here. Give the membership to someone. Much appreciated reflective rambling. And Mary Coronan. So welcome to the Club of Philosophers, I guess. Good and bad in all Tolkien. That is true. Yeah, of course. Also shoutouts to Brothers of Arda. And Fenrir Fire also has now a membership. Welcome. What is going on today? Do you have a question, reflective rambling? Bouncing off Girls of Gondor and Dog Lords. And he's also fantastic creators, by the way. Any thoughts on who does and who doesn't get redemption arcs? I mean, in the show? That's really difficult to tell. Any media. Well, we discussed potential redemption of orcs for quite some time here on stream already. Oh, have anyone seen Born of Hope? Yeah, it's also a pretty nice low-budget fan film or indie film thing. Really cool one. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to use screenshots of it though. That's why I never do it. So technically, I'm also not allowed to show screenshots of the Lord of the Rings film and Hobbit films. I still do it. I also try to use a lot of artworks and so on. Yeah, the Born of Hope is pretty good. Like for definitely for indie productions, pretty good. We definitely see it's a passion project for these people. Yeah. Photons, black holes, physics, Catholic catechism. You name it, we discussed it. Yeah, we had a lot of weird discussion. We also discussed like beards for like an hour or so. So you missed quite a bit reflective rambling. Can wizards mate with female Balrogs? So Balrogs are spirit beings and wizards are spirit beings. So even if there would be female Balrogs, I think Tolkien abandoned the idea of the Ainur having children. There's only one exception, which is Melian, and she has a child with what's it called? She has a child with Thingol, with an elf. But even though there are married couples among the Ainur, like for example Manwë and Varda, they don't have children. In very early versions, if you look into the Book of Lost Tales, they have actually children though. So that it's possible. But I think in the current iterations of it, I think technically, theoretically, maybe it's possible, but I think that's nothing that would happen. Yeah, that's true though. The film is definitely low budget, but films is also always expensive. Yeah, that seems to be the special topic of the Twerp. He really likes the mating topics. It was my fault, no problem. It was an interesting discussion though. There is a chance, yeah. Potentially, maybe there is a chance. But I think it's nothing we would find. Who was Shelob's dad? Maybe Eru. Considering that Shelob maybe was created by Eru due to the music of the Ainur or something, yeah, I would say something like that. But also, I mean, Eru is also the dad of Manwë and of Varda and so on. Thorondor was a Maya, was not the ancestor of Gwaihir. Yeah, he was the ancestor of Gwaihir. If he was, like in the Silmarillion, he's a Maya, but in later writings, Tolkien implies that he abandoned the idea of the great eagles being Maiar as well. So maybe he's not a Maiar. But in the Silmarillion, the eagles are actually Maiar. Maybe I can even find the quote for it. Yeah. But Manwë Sulimo, highest and holiest of the Valar, sat upon the borders of Aman, forsaking not in his thought the outer lands, for his throne was set in majesty upon the pinnacle of Taniquetil, the highest of the mountains of the world, standing upon the margin of the sea. Spirits in the shape of hawks and eagles flew ever to and from his halls, and their eyes could see to the depths of the seas and pierce the hidden caverns beneath the world. Thus they brought word to him of well nigh all that passed in Arda. Yet some things were hidden even from the eyes of Manwë and the servants of Manwë, for where Melkor sat in his dark thought, impenetrable shadows for where Melkor sat in his dark thought, impenetrable shadows lay. So here it's implied that spirits, like Maiar or Ainur, spirit beings in the shape of hawks and eagles, did things. So here it's implied they are kind of Maiar. There was also the question if Tolkien wrote much of there were different breeds of trolls. I think we have definitely the mention of cave trolls and of hill trolls. I'm not sure if there are more trolls mentioned. Here in our real world we mostly have only trolls on the internet, but that's a different breed. Yeah, stone trolls, also cave trolls, hill trolls. That's the mention of trolls. I was gonna lie down. Sound's still on. Thanks, Chris, for everyone in chat. Yeah, no, sorry, and thank you also for being here. I think you also posed some questions, so I hope I could answer those as well. Let me just think about it for a moment. I was talking about trolls, right? Yeah. There are also the Olokai, which are also mentioned here and there. But they have to look it up because I don't know exactly. So yeah, in the Lord of the Rings they are also mentioned a few times. At the end of the Third Age, a troll race not before seen appeared in the southern Mirkwood and in the mountain borders of Mordor. Olokai they were called in Black speech. That Sauron bred them none doubted, though from what stock was not known. Some held that they were not trolls but giant orcs, but the Olokai were in fashion of body and might quite unlike the largest of all kind, whom they far surpassed in size and power. Trolls they were, but filled with the evil will of their master, a fell race, strong, agile, fierce, and cunning, but harder than stone. Unlike the older race of the Twilight, they could endure the sun, so long as the will of Sauron held sway over them. They spoke little, and the only tongue that they knew was black speech of Barad-dûr. The black speech of Barad-dûr. This is, I think, from Appendix F, yeah. So it's not even the main story. Kentrolls mate with Balrogs. I would say no, but in theory, maybe. Yeah, there's even the mention of Treebeard that, like, orcs were a mockery of elves, trolls were a mockery of ents. Interesting idea. Yeah, exactly. Also, Homebody just posted it. If you came up against any of the evil or corrupt creatures in the Tolkienverse, are there any you would have a legit fighting chance against? Potentially not. Maybe hobbit orcs. But I don't know. Dragons a mockery of eagles. Yeah, potentially. Looks like plural, yes. The zombies of this world. I don't know, I just hope for very small orcs. So I can have potential advantage because I'm taller than them. A few drinks and they might be curious. Yeah, I would also say homunculus might be the singular. I mean, it's definitely singular. Plural of the US ending in Latin is I, usually. With some exception, there's also, for example, nexus, and the plural of nexus is nexus. It's also us. It's, let's say, a special case, a special declination. I've always wondered why Gandalf thought it was a good idea filling the sky above the Shire with, with brilliant and loud fireworks, drawing the unwanted attention of every evil creature in and nosy human. That's a very good question, Kevin. I like that a lot. So, yeah, it was potentially not a good idea, especially if you wanted the Shire to not be found. But I think he only did fireworks when he did not know that the One Ring was actually in the Shire. So we have to give credit to him to some degree. Also, in some cultures, fireworks are basically holding the evil spirits away, I guess. So in a way, it's potentially a protection mechanism that he used there. But it's a good question, I have to admit. Okay, chat. He used the cone of silence. He did. I could imagine though that the just to add to this, the fell beasts or the winged steeds of the Nazgul, which have no official name, because they have beaks as well, that they might be mockeries of a mockery of eagles as well. The dragons are mockery of eagles. I don't know. I don't think so. But you could interpret it like this. Cone of Silence sounds like a Dungeons and Dragons cantrip, yeah. Okay, chat. What are we going to do now? I think evil can only corrupt dragons. Had to come for something. Yeah, that's maybe true. Let me just see a few things here in the background in the meantime. Okay, something went wrong here on the second screen completely. It's never good, but mm-hmm. Okay, chat, what is going on? Let me just check chat. Just was distracted for a moment. I'm sorry. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm working on. I'm just currently checking credits. Now I have to add people to the credits. Waiting for Chris Say to make the short Twitch session next. Yeah, I actually also think about to like we have one member in our community that worked on a video game and asked me to maybe check that out. I think doing this maybe on this channel because it's a small indie game on a very low budget, but would be kind of cool to look into this and give it a bit more reach, even though my reach is not that big on the internet, to be fair. No, it's not the Gollum game. I have to admit, I'm still a bit sad that people did not want to see the Gollum Let's Play here on this channel. I'm kind of sad about that. Yeah, in the People of Middle-earth, Tolkien wrote that later they might have had a big influence on the success of things. The Blue Wizards. That the West otherwise would have outnumbered the East and stuff like that. Okay, chat. As you probably already can think, I'm composing the credits. So yeah, we could play it here on stream if you want. Sorry, games are games. Wasn't the best of games. It was definitely not the best of games. Like, even I would criticize the Gollum game quite a bit and gave it like a, I don't know. I don't give scores for when I do reviews or impressions or so, but I think even I would have given it like a 4 out of 10 or so. It's definitely, unfortunately, a very below average game in many things. But to be fair, I think the writing department definitely tried to be very respectful with Tolkien's writings there, for the most part, and it feels like they definitely put some effort into it. It just maybe was a project that was too big for them to really get something out of it that is, you know, can meet the expectations, if that makes sense. That comes with a big name like that. And that was big. Like, I feel like the game design has a lot of issues, unfortunately, in the game. Like, the platforming is not that great. That's not so good if you make a platformer. Your platforming better be absolutely fantastic. And if it's not, then yeah, you are kind of screwed already. Let me just see if I have everything now here in the credits. I think I have. I hope I did not forget anybody. Did you all know that Tolkien and C.S. Lewis, the author of Narnia, were friends? Yeah, that's a pretty interesting story. Like, they had also like a competition or bet or whatever going on that C.S. Lewis should write a science fiction story and Tolkien a time travel story. And Tolkien's approach was like using Atlantis for the time travel story. And this is how Numenor was actually created. So thanks to that, we got the Akallabeth and the downfall of Numenor, which is very interesting. And Lewis actually also really wrote a time travel story, which I'm not too familiar with, unfortunately. Always forget how it's called. It is called the Space Trilogy, simply. I think that was created out of that. That he also wrote before he wrote Narnia, I think. I don't see any credits rolling. Yeah, I have not rendered them yet. I still have to click on export and export this in a decent quality. I'm always impressed that my computer is able to do this live without dying completely. But he kind of is able to do this live. What's the date of today? 22nd. Let's do this and click on export and then hope it works, and then I hopefully have credits. Yeah, that would be great to have like a Witcher 3 game Witcher 3 game no, like a Lord of Rings game on the level of Witcher 3 or something like that. That would be pretty fantastic. I mean, it doesn't even have to be that big, it just have to be good, to be fair. Like, I would definitely also be happy with a much smaller game, if that makes sense. I should have rendered this in a higher resolution, but whatever, it doesn't matter. But yeah, we definitely have to make a stream, because I also got 2 keys for the for this little indie game of somebody I said that's also very active on the Discord, who was kind of involved in making this game. So we have to do this on stream anyway, because I want to raffle those keys. Maybe some people here in chat are interested in this, but unfortunately here on this channel, I think my core audience isn't really into video games at all. So maybe we do the stream next week or so, and I make a first impressions video as well, and hope that people like it. I already played a little bit into it, and it's like a little adventure, I would say, in a, let's call it a dystopian sci-fi setting, but I think it has a really cool atmosphere. But you have to keep in mind that it's a very low budget little indie game. But for that, it's pretty nice. Maybe I can post stuff in chat or so, because I really like helping out indie people. I think that should be the Steam page. I think it's only on Steam. I even thought about playing it basically after the stream, so now, but I'm not sure, because I'm tired and it's already late. I like video games, I'm just terrible at them, and so I don't play unless once in a blue moon. Gaming or writing art, well, that the latter usually wins the free time contest. Yeah, I can see that. This year I played a lot of video games. It was a very game heavy year. It was different for last year, I feel. Oh yeah, I want to do the credits, right? I mean, we could make a vote and people just tell me something like that. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. I agree. Let's make a poll as always. Ah, that is the button for the poll. Start a poll. Let's see if it works. Did they have clocks and pocket watches in Middle-earth? In theory, no. In theory, no, but Tolkien actually made some artworks for the Shire, and there they had clocks and so on, and like in early versions, some technical stuff is also mentioned. Even in Lord of the Rings, I think we have some interesting mentions. Like in the Lord of the Rings. Yeah. The dragon passed like an express train, turned a somersault, and burst over Bywater with a deafening explosion. So that is the firework dragon from the first chapter, a long expected party. There's something like this, but there's also an artwork which I can't show here. But if you have a Hobbit book version with Tolkien's original artworks in, you see, you know what I mean. I think it's at the very end of the book. You see like back end, and there's a barometer and a clock and so on the wall. So in theory, they have clocks, even though it doesn't. Does Chris cue the credit? I already have the credits already rendered. Like here, see, credits are already there. Yeah, there's Tinker's toy makers are also mentioned there. That Bilbo, for example, bought little presents for the other hobbits for his party, and I think they were made by the dwarves or by some people in, I know, around Dale, something like that. He used his connections. You need sleep. That is true. But the question is, depending, it's not me taking a sleep. It's more about what do you people want to see. So don't worry about me. We wouldn't look too long into it. But just maybe a tiny moment. And if I end the stream now or like in half an hour or something, would not make too much of a difference. Oh man. That is true. Looks like he wants to take a nap. And maybe should have removed the take a nap thing, because it implies that I'm too tired to do this, and it would be incredibly difficult for me to check out the thing. And we just do it next time. Yeah, people just want to take me a nap. That's fascinating. Oh, it's 50-50 now. Now we are perfectly in a dice roll situation here, which is of course unfortunate. Oh, Joe is signing off. Thanks for the stream. It's always enjoyable. Yeah, thank you for staying so active here, Joe, and adding so much to it. Much appreciated. Have a good one. Sleep well. Well, have a fantastic rest of the day. It's always time zones. It's always difficult to tell. Have a nice evening. People want to see a nap on stream. The question is, do I want that people see me napping on stream? I don't think so. Even though I think there is an actual format on Twitch where people just sleep. I think when you as a streamer are so successful that you could just sit there in bed and sleep, and you still have like, I don't know, several thousand viewers watching you sleep, then I think you won basically. Like, you played through Twitch and completed. You basically got the platinum trophy for playing through Twitch, I think. Does he change the pic to sleeping puppy while he naps? Because I would say. That's pretty much winning at life, exactly. Okay, I just sleep here and make money out of it. Awesome. It's a bit unfortunate. Now we have 50-50. Now we don't know what to do. I did not expect it getting so close here on stream. So if somebody is still awake and able to click a button on his computer, it would be appreciated if he also votes for something, so we know what to do. It's basically whoever votes now can decide what we will do next. Yeah, to be honest, it's also a bit creepy having like 1,000 people watching you sleep or so. It sounds terrifying. Tila says, game. See you on Twitch. No, I still have no... My no webcam policy. I think that's also not helping, to be fair. I think streams would be much more interesting if people could actually see me. I know that. But it's also much easier to sit here and stream when people don't see me, I feel. You have right to your privacy. That's of course true, but I feel like it's extra difficult to have like doing YouTube stuff and stream at times and kind of interest people if there's nothing really to see. Especially today, I was very lazy with production. Didn't do much, but as said, the reason is I changed the resolution for today. As a result, yeah, stuff is not... Okay. So we're still at 50%. We waited 8 minutes. What? Very unfortunate. It's always the same. I think it would got more votes if I added an option that is called I don't care. Because I think a lot of people say, yeah, do whatever you want. Especially seeing you sleep will be changing to get views without a webcam. Yes. I think that doesn't work, I think. We could flip a coin. That would also be a possibility. Let's see. What's it called in English? Heads and tails, I guess? So heads is game, tails is no game. Well, that seems like we're looking into the thing. Okay, so maybe as a little contrast program to last time, maybe look for a short moment into the set game. We will maybe do this again in some form. Draw means status quo. Dang, your mix good. Totally heard the ping. I hoped you would hear it, to be honest. But yeah, I was also pretty close to the microphone. The problem is always when I do stuff. So I don't know. Let's end the poll here. Credits are rendered anyway. And it's maybe nice to give some shout outs to some indie developers. It's always kind of nice. Even though the topic wise the game is potentially not, how to say, what we usually like. It doesn't. It's not a high fantasy world. That's what I want to say. It's more, like I said, some science fiction stuff, I guess. So let me think for a moment. The biggest problem for me is the game is usually loud when it starts, so I have to be careful here that my ears are not bleeding. That I have to do. I have to go game capture. That should work. That also should work. Okay, awesome. So I already have the thing here recorded. That is kind of good. The high resolution slowed down your stream. Oh. I also stream at 60 FPS, so that's a lot of data. Getting through the line. This works. I have this. Do I need anything else here? Potentially not. Maybe move this here a little bit up so we don't get... Oh, I have a second thing I could use for this as well. You can, with all the options, you could, in theory, lower the resolution to maybe something that works a bit better. That's the advantage of the Twitch stuff. I mean, I do something different though than I planned on doing it. I do this like this. No window capture. I do this. I make a little. I just show you the Steam page. That might be. I posted it here on chat already a moment or two ago. Let me see. So you can see what we're even talking about. This should be bigger. Oh yeah, this is the Steam page of the game. It already runs the trailer. It's defined first-person sci-fi adventure with some dark fantasy elements in it. Small spider warning as well, though I think there isn't that many spiders, but I found one early in the game. And yeah, it's by like very few people worked on this, like 3, 4, 5, something like this. And as said, somebody from my community also helped out and asked me if I would be interested. We could also raffle some keys for it, so people could play it as well if they're interested. But maybe I do this next time, the raffling. We will find out. But just people can get an impression if it's even remotely interesting. And let me just... Where is my thing? Here it is. Okay. It's a game capture. You have to tell me if the in-game is too loud, though. So this is the main menu. We see our character sitting there. Like I said, this is a small indie game. Keep this always in mind. And I would say we just click on new game and see what's happening. You can shut up for a moment, there will be a cutscene. Is this too loud? Or we will notice in a moment, just tell me in chat during the cutscene. There's already the small spider warning, even though they don't look that terrifying, to be honest.
When I was 11, my sister was captured by Zeratian soldiers and imprisoned in the cubes. My mission was to find her. One night, while wandering north of the labyrinthine Dark Eye Plateau, I found a strange, oval-shaped object floating above a water source. It was a tally stone, a mechanism of the ancient people. The shadows were grasping my ankles like incorporeal tentacles. The deep silence of the Dark Eye Plateau was suffocating. I was alone. The tally stone became a spirit whose vaguely human form reminded me of my own.
I am your spiritual link with Hippolectria. Thanks to me, you will be able to enter into the in-between dimensions. I will be reunited with you in this reality when you need me.
Then I felt an electric light passing right through my body.
Now I can move. The game has one oddity, though. Because all this person standing behind me. But it has a very high mouse sensitivity, which I can't change, unfortunately. Holy Ungoliant. Yeah, exactly. There was the spider warning. Let me just maybe make it a little bit less loud. I feel like the game is always very hard for me to establish. Unfortunately, if I tap out, the volume goes out. Very dark. I played already a little bit, so I know kind of what's happening. Oh, let me just do something really quick. Okay.
Walk where I walk and stay close, or you will be stuck in darkness forever. This is an in-between dimension, still active in the far past of Hippolectrion. We are currently in the deep of the Crying Mountains. My name is Nadawi. I'm a residue of past consciousnesses.
Why is it so dark?
The past is always dark, Zori.
How do you know my name?
Your Talistone told me. It's the one who activated me. Come, there's something you need to see.
But why me?
Nidawi sounds a bit gothic.
Softly. Noise is the enemy of knowledge. It was the Talistone who chose you.
Hope it's not too low on volume now.
Don't be afraid. They are just trapped souls who have not found the way to the sky. Your inner light will protect you.
The Void, yeah. So yeah, definitely it has some dark fantasy, dark sci-fi elements to it.
It looks like a mechanical.
But it has a cool atmosphere, I have to admit. I also like the voice actors.
There are many types of mechanical arcana. Some of them are doors, or better, gates.
In my reality, in my time. They are disabled.
You have a talistone now. Simply say Kadambar. The vibrations of this word will do the rest.
Who are you, Nadawi?
We were created by the ancient people just before they left Hippolectrion and headed to new worlds. We were left here to guide new star travelers through the secrets of this moon. But your ancestors stopped listening to us. I am the physical form of our 6 dormant minds.
6 minds?
The ancients saw your coming, even before you left planet Earth. So, they created 6 minds and 6 humanoid bodies, and taught them the secrets of Hippolectrion, so that you could live in symbiosis with this moon. We are sleeping now, but we can follow your footsteps through this humanoid mechanical artifice, and thanks to your talistone.
Why did the ancient people do such a thing?
The masters generated light, Zori. It was natural for them to help life proliferate. If anything, it's your people who produce darkness. Now go, your destiny awaits.
Yeah, it's really done. I think I was told that they definitely went and paid some voice actors to record this, so they have definitely professional voice actors, and that definitely helps.
Kadambar.
Like the narration is really good. I think that's very important, especially in an indie game, that if you have voice acting, that it's kind of done professionally. I definitely hear this here. That's pretty awesome. The walkie-talkie. In flat zones, it's got a signal strength about 2 kilometers. Battery Liname 309F. Lifespan 80. That's quite long. You also move stuff around a bit. That's a kind of a classic in a lot of games. It gets a bit too close to the camera though, but it's a small indie game. We have this knife here. Knife of Helikai. Made of lunar agalite and metal. And, of course, a travel can. Not sure what's in it, but yeah. As per Skywatcher travel customs, it is normal to carry these cans with you. Usually they contain fruits or edible seeds and are made out of lunar shale. And of course a winter sleeping bag, internally lined with fur of Buer, however it's pronounced. In German it would be Buer, because the E is silent. There's a city in my home city, or the city part of my home city that's called that.
I will be reunited with you in this reality.
Lifespan 80 years, but how many years it was last turned on? Oh no. Question, chat. Is the in-game too low in volume? Maybe I should make it a bit louder again. I always fear a bit that the volume is not good. Now the game becomes also a bit less loud. Just the intro sequences here. We also have a compass where we can see where we are going. And yeah, we can take this here. That's the Tully stone that Nuadi, I think was the name, mentioned. It has a power to transmit energy to the mechanical arcana. It also produces an intense blue light and can be used as a flashlight. The old geologists called this iron-like material niobium and claimed that it was able to harness the vibrations of the stone it holds. Press T to activate. So this is basically a flashlight. Which I always say wrong the word. So, sorry for that. It seems like a nice balance. We're able to hear you in the in-game. Okay. Right click to zoom. Oh, that's also a spaceship. It goes... like this is north. And this is west. It flies west. And every time we see these balls here, we can speak. And then it opens. Pretty cool. Volume's fine, okay. And what I definitely noticed and liked here in this section is always like the little touches of environmental sound they added here. We'll notice this in a moment. You hear this thing flying.
The curled blue flag, the old symbol of the 10 tribes order.
You hear the flag. There's a wolf or something. You can also whistle with E, I know that already. I have also some man-made structures here in the background, it's kind of cool. Yeah, right click to zoom. It's like aiming in a lot of video game, first-person video games these days, so it doesn't feel too off, because I'm not sure if this game even has combat. Here we can hide the compass. And here's also... you'll respawn always in front of the last auto-saving point. That's good to know. Here's a path. We approach the ladder. Zori will automatically climb. The climbing in this game is a bit weird though, I have to admit. Oh, here's another path. Yeah, that's what I mean with sound here. You see these little birds here making some noise in the background. It's pretty cool. That's what I meant with it has a cool atmosphere. Climbing ladders though, if I walk up and I just hold up, you slide a bit left and right while climbing. It feels a bit strange, I have to admit, but it's not too bad. It's definitely possible to climb up the ladder. That's the most important part. Oh, still a little bit louder. Can make it a little bit louder then. Promise, it has no borderless window mode, so the game kind of shuts down for a moment when I tap out. A fear of height without anything stable beneath me. Well, yeah, here we could look down. We can also sprint to get forward a little bit faster. Clay cup, made of hardened mountain clay. Good old mountain clay. Oh, what's the name of the game? I still... no, that link doesn't work. Let me just copy the link really quick. Because I forgot. The name is, of course, A Whisper in the Twilight. Here's the page for it. Maybe I make a command really quick, chat. That's maybe smart. Not that I'm smart here. I'm not sure if the command is already... No, it worked. So in theory, !game should show the game now. I'm not sure if it works though, to be fair. Okay, we'll get 2 messages, but yeah. Ignore the Nightbot for this command. But as Nightbot writes, it hasn't, so... Oh, I think we missed the introduction here, chat, right? Well, so basically this thing said that there's a gate that we can see here, I assume this thing here, and that the settlers here in the area kind of used this. At least here's some round object. I assume that's what they meant with gate. I'm not sure though. And it needs more energy, which it currently does not have, and we have to figure it out. Here we can use our flashlight to do some things, and there's also a developer hint here. Max, I think, the writer of this. Thanks for being here, have a good trip, Max and the Whisperers crew. So, kind of developer Easter egg, pretty cool. What's the objective of the game? That's a good question. I assume at the beginning, in the intro, it said that the sister of our played character is gone, and we want to find her. I assume that's part of the objective. You also see like a settlement down here. I think you can also go to him, but nothing really happens if you jump down here. You can just climb up, just to show this as well. I think there are no complex swimming mechanics in this game though. So I have 2 passes here, pass 1 and pass 2, chat. What pass do you want me to go first? Let's say this is pass 1. This is pass 2. Maybe you can make a poll even. So we kind of pretend we are full interactive. Like the new Baldur's Gate 3 game has actually a Twitch integration where I can basically from the game start a poll in Twitch, and people can vote for the answer I should give and stuff. That's pretty cool. So this was pass 2 here, the other is pass 1. Okay, it seems like chat is very indecisive. Oh, we got 1 for pass 1. I'm not sure how much delay is, because on this resolution I get more stream delay. So it might be have 20 seconds delay or something like this. And I think a lot of people just want to relax a moment. There's, by the way, an invisible wall here, so I can't run off the cliff in case you wondered. Which I don't mind, to be honest, because I think the game is clearly not about this. Okay, chat, it seems like... sorry, battery's empty. Oh no, good night. Sleep well. Well, fantastic rest of the evening. So we just end the poll here. Unfortunately, the only problem is I don't have a borderless mode, which is a bit annoying with production. They don't react to this. Well, excuse me, we just move along here. So this is kind of water or something. No, it doesn't sound like it. Maybe it's also ice? I don't know. I think we saw a settlement somewhere down. Might be this place here. Some flies. What is this? I think that's some skulls bound together with ropes. That seems like it's long left everything here. Oh. Oh. Okay, this doesn't really work. But there's more to explore. Some buttons. I would say we go here first. And some levers. Seems like it does nothing yet. The arrows say I should go into this direction with the levers, so I don't know. No interaction possibility. Oh, that even moves. And it burns. Tiny model. A toy model. It looks like an old Earth machinery. It really looks like that. Lucas, please fix those damn buttons. Yesterday it took me a full minute to activate the... Is this JC or TC? Whatever that is. Or maybe, yeah, something like that. bed, some supplies. Can't move through that. Well, we still have another thing here to go.
Kadambar.
There's nothing. Can't get up here. Okay, what is this? Okay, I can't move through this here.
Kadambar.
It's a wall blocking me. Is this kind of a portal or so? Okay, and we have this staircase here.
Kadambar.
Doesn't work.
Kadambar.
Wrong button. I like so that he repeats it more with more energy. Is it a lamp or something? No, here's a lever. Doesn't do anything. Well, it seems like a dead end. Big couple tower thing. Yeah, I don't know. I think so far this is a potential dead end here. I mean, there's maybe an order which we have to press these buttons to do something. I don't know though. But it would be... I mean, we could try all the combinations. I think that's not the intended way. I'm not even sure if we have to activate something else first. Maybe something changed here in the village now. Also done with Unreal Engine. So might see some area transition stutters. And it seems like here this implies that this can open somehow. But it needs energy, potentially not enough energy or something. Questions, where do we get this energy from? Oh, I thought you could maybe walk past this, but it doesn't work. I like the coffee machine though. There's also an inventory. For example, you can...
I cannot use this thing where it works.
Oh, close is a button. It's a bit strange that you can't close the menus using the button. I think we have to check path 2 now. Oh, this one here is now gone. It's also one of these statues. So let us see what is here. Also a little settlement thing. Also satellite dish. And this weird machinery here. Okay, it does something.
Put a mark.
Kind of mysterious. In contrast to these here, this looks like damaged. I think this here looks not damaged, interestingly. Can't look through it. Can we get behind that? Maybe there's a back entrance. No, there's a thing blocking the path. Some space plants. All the other stuff doesn't seem that useful to us. Oops. Wrong button again, chat. Always try to, if I want to use something, I'm used to pressing E or something like this. Here it's Q for saying Kadumba. Oh, the mountain dragonfly, a peaceful bug living in the crying mountains. The shamans of the Dark Eye Plateau say these insects sometimes help lost travelers find their way. At night, their skin becomes radiant. For this reason, they are also known as the Night Lanterns. Now we are a lost traveler. Could show us a way, I guess. Okay, we can't climb up there.
Put a mark.
Also doesn't open. Okay, chat, I just found a fascinating bug. Did you see this? I got flung here. I think that is a physics engine bug, so... Probably won't ever be able to replicate this, but it was pretty cool, I have to admit. Unfortunate. Okay. Can we... Oh, I can't jump up there. However, that's not the only place we can go, of course. There's also a path here. I like how you hear the wind going through these old... Looks like a playing ground or something. Oh, we can even go up here. Shuttle toy. A model of a Dawn Surfer, a river people combat shuttle. It is made of green wood. Okay, that's kind of cute. Battery empty. Some cans here. As per Skywatch trailer, I think we read this already. Clay cup made of hard mountain clay. We also had one of those. Wrong button, by the way. Here's also a place we could visit. Was this where we came from? No, it looks different. Look at this thing, this moves. Oh, that is a creepy place. Empty. Oh, you can interact with it. Uh-oh, chat. We have a problem. I can't get out of this state anymore. We found a bug. Oh no, chat. This works. Can't go back into the menu though. That's a bit unfortunate. You can even whistle, but I can't get out of this menu and I can't walk anymore correctly. I assume we're not supposed to interact with this thing there. This is... the game still thinks we are on the menu for this dragonfly for whatever reason. Okay, I think we have to go to the... to quit the... No, let's go to the main menu really quick and hope we have a save here. Else we have to walk a moment. Here you have to click on play to load the last save. Not a new game though. Uh-oh. We are up here again. Okay, so we have to... Oh, that was pass 1, pass 2 is here. Okay, we have to speedrun this really quick. That was my fault, I think, because I jumped up and tried to interact with the thing there. No, that's the wrong path, chat. I think we didn't find anything there except for the objects. Yeah, this is the right path. A bit unfortunate. Let them do their light show there really quick. This here we did. Then we have two passes, this one and this one here. We noticed this entity here moves, which kind of surprised me. We even hear whispering, that's cool. And creepy at the same time. Now, this here we won't interact with. Yeah, I know. I was already here when I played. I can give a spider warning. There's a spider around the corner. So yeah, for every people. There it is.
A cave spider.
And I found no way to go past that cave spider. So we just leave it being there for the time being. Even tried interacting with the knife or so, but that didn't do the trick. The traveler can.
Name, Noeli. Date of birth, 194 AC. Place of birth, Sector 16. Employment, Chief Engineer.
No, my mistake. So yeah, we found this thing here now here, which we can also take. The other stuff you can just take with you, move around and close the thing again. Maybe similar to us. I think we've found everything here. I mean, we could just jump in here. And then see what's going on here. And we have still this path here left. We haven't explored yet. Doesn't work. This thing now we also have in our inventory, by the way. we found the bathroom, chat. That is awesome. Maybe.
The leader of the rebels during the War of the Cults. He led the southern armies against the Zeratian invasions.
The batted flyer of the rebel propaganda during the time of the War of the Cults. Okay. I assume this is just another bathroom door. It is. Seems like there's nothing else here. Caution. No, it's raining. What is this? It was like a huge washing place or something. Okay, interact with the door, but it doesn't work. Can even look inside. Interesting, but I can't open the door. Doesn't work. Oh, another lever. Fortunately, it doesn't do much. We can already see something behind here. Doesn't really work. So basically, the game is an adventure, and as I said, very atmospheric. Oh, here was a safe. Interesting. We found now something, this item, which I assume is what we need to use to continue. I mean, we could try the door again. Now that we pulled the lever. I would be surprised if that would be the solution to this. No. Not surprising. Oh, something changed, chat. Fluorescent seed. It looks electrical. You can even take it. So now we have this seed which we can potentially place somewhere. Nothing is here. Oh, look who's here now. Pretty cool sound. Oh, okay, cool. The hint was that now something changed here. We should look again.
Automatic rebooting. Remaining battery power 0.2%. Good morning, Chief Engineer
0.2.
Noe. You have one saved message.
Unsaved message. Okay, must be an old one. What is this?
I feel like I should keep it.
A typical handmade Skywatcher figurative reproduction, often created during a trip to remember a particular moment or person. These spheres are still in use today in the Skywatcher camps in the Dark Eye Plateau.
Hi, Noah. I hope your journey was trouble-free. Listen, I don't know how to tell you this, but I got it. I got it! The trigger stone is unstable, but it works. I tested it on the statue while you were gone, and man, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was enough for me to get close, and the mechanism activated on its own. A hologram appeared. You know what that means. Their mechanisms are still active after a millennia. Meet me in the laboratory as soon as possible. We need to find a way to produce other trigger stones in a short amount of time, and we need to test our stone on the south gate. Man,
yeah,
these beautiful mountains are going to be containment cages. We have to seek out uncharted sectors, because sooner or later, they will come to get us. And the only way to be able to move on the Crying Mountains is to use the mechanical arcana to open new crossings and to load up on water. The trigger stones are our salvation. Noah, we have to make people understand that it's time to leave the village. I need you to come as soon as you get this. We don't have much time.
Okay. The Chrononizer. This totem represents time in what is called chrono-imago, which literally means image of time. The Chrononizer also represents two distant points in time that come together: the immutable and the variable. According to some Skywatcher shamans, the Chrononizer can see the future and has the ability to rewind events if they lead to the destruction of the seven spirits. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe we have to use this to rewind time or something? I don't know. Tins of food. Play cup. Okay, I thought that maybe through this hole comes like a little cup or something. A hint. Stuff we have to press. Oh, here are some books. After colonization, the northern winds sweep over the walls of the mountains, resonating among the cavities of the rocks as if trying to recreate the tune of some ancient song. Ria is my favorite season. The temperatures drop and the skies turn white. Snow covers the heights as if gently embracing them. And a deep... What? Something envelopes the crying mountains. But this year, Ria holds another significance for me. In Sector 11, this is the season for harvesting the seeds of Tismia. Yasmin has widely demonstrated that mountain dragonflies can contribute naturally to the cultivation of Thismia. There's a mysterious connection between the two, similar to what happened to the flowers that were once pollinated by bees on Earth. This topic will be one of our focal points for tomorrow's presentation. Oh boy, that's a lot. 10 tribes order. The Sky Watchers are not equipped to fight war or even to provide support. Our strength lies in the ability to adapt to hostile environments. We must build on this if we are to continue to survive. We must reactivate the mechanical arcana and return to live in symbiosis with this moon if we want a future. I cannot stand by and watch as fanatics occupy the internal sectors. I must do everything in my power to leave Laurie a better world than the one she was born into. Okay. You have changed the reminder, you have changed the sequence for the unlocking of the saves. The new sequence is Laurie's registration number at the educational center. Okay, that's good. So open the save, we need the number, kind of. And we can open this every time. There's still more text, but currently a bit... I think this is drinking water here. Okay, a little riddle or something. We just pressed all the buttons and something happened. I assume these things here kind of say, yeah, this is important, go here and check that. That would be my assumption here. We have the message, read the text, check the notes. Oh, this opens now. This film roll or whatever. Maybe some stuff for some mechanisms. Okay, see this? There is 2 axes and there's one thing here in the middle. I'm not sure what this means exactly. Elevators. Power prototype. Operates at a frequency of 112 Hertz. Operated by... one system seat. I think it's the one. These things from above. Okay, got it. So we have 3 holes here and a bunch of buttons to press. Don't ask me which buttons to press though, but here it says clearly take the hole in the middle. So I assume here you can just... oh, here. Okay, sorry. Can maybe use one of the other things here?
In which way?
No. Okay, we saved now. Elevators, chat. I would assume that's somewhere here. Was only the statue here? Not an elevator. I assume this thing reacted because we have this item here from Noah, and that's why we could open her house basically. Oh, here's now a light. Creepy elevator. Okay.
Is anyone there?
Okay, so we can use this thing here.
Can anyone hear me?
Spoiler, no.
Cannot use it here.
Okay, we are now here with this elevator. Seems to be a very narrow space. We got a message. And this here doesn't need on, though we can look through the wall if we clip a little bit. Ah, here we can go though. Oh, here's the thing. This looks like the this here where what we have the chrononizer. Closed. Why is this thing burning all of a sudden? Still doesn't open. Village. Oh no. This here now does stuff, but I have no idea what it does exactly. But maybe it activated the power for down. And we should check the village again. At least the elevator still works, chat. Pretty creepy. I think the elevator could be a bit faster. So we know we activated something up there. I think here was nothing. Except for this thing here.
The leader of the rebels during the War of the Cults. He led the southern armies against the Zeratian invasions.
I think this we forgot to do when we had to reload. Oh, look at this. Here, this is now open, chat.
Who knows how many of them survived?
Registration document. School year 242 AC. Anapay Knox. RN 34122. Laurie Lee, that is the person we have. That is 34125. Let me just write this in chat. 34125. I have to memorize the number, chat. Is this set in the future? I think it's on a moon or something. But it's kind of in the future, I would assume. I would definitely watch you play this. Why didn't I see the chat for some time? I didn't... Oh, there's so much delay there. That's unfortunate, chat. Is the game at least running, or the stream kind of running smooth at least for you people? I also have to do this again kind of at some point. Because for whatever reason I didn't see the chat updating for some time, so nobody's writing anything. But now it works again. I think you have to figure out some stuff on your own, but here we got the hint of the number. But it's definitely more like it's an adventure. It's more like you have to puzzles, you have to solve them, you have to figure things out. I think that's the big part of the thing here. But definitely watch you play the whole game. Love the atmosphere. Yeah, I think it's heavily inspired by Myst. Also, I hope you're still there. Sorry for not interacting with you, but for whatever reason my chat didn't update for some time, so I thought nobody was writing anything and people were absorbed in thought or something like that. Yeah, I still hope though stuff works. So we have these names: Honan Moore, Rune Herbert, Mune Moher, Helga? No, Heiger? I'm not sure. Graves. Approved by the 10 Village Order. School manager, Liam Cooper. Oh, we can even take this, so we don't have to learn this. There are buttons. Ah, here we have a map of this. But yeah, you're right. This is definitely inspired by Myst quite a bit. Sometimes the YouTube chat is just has his own things here. Where are we? Northern Plains. Yeah, the crying things. Misty Plains. I think we are somewhere here. Oh, look, another of these educational sphere.
Unit. Me. The Warden. Booty Wong. The Glitter. Buvamasa. Help. Friend. Ni. Sunrise. Altasan. Wind. Wushi. Mountain. Buddha. The Harmonizer. Nathan Ham. The Conductor. Binakaru. Danger. Bulaka. The Chronomizer.
You're on smoothly, okay.
Earth. Axtierra. The Ferryman. Laruneno. Hippolog. River. Shanu. Hello. Hopa. Together. Nit. The Badger. Fluha. Dark Tea. Zaka. Dusk. Nemasan.
Okay, there's some language stuff in it. Almost Tolkien-esque. Not from the sound, I guess, but from making stuff like this. So people learned languages. In the 10 villages, these spheres were given to Skywatcher students to help them memorize various topics. However, it is not unusual for adults to have them too, especially since the educational spheres deal with technical topics. It seems to be like a classroom. But yeah, definitely the Myst games is seems like there's a long delay in you seeing chats too. Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. I'm not sure how much chat delay I have though. It should be at least 30 seconds or so, so not that, let's say, manageable. Oh, we can go up here. Right after I heard you ask the chat question, if that gives you an idea. Okay, that should be really like 30-40 seconds or something like that.
Good morning, kids. Today I have a little bit of a history lesson for all of you. The first mothership to land on Hippolectrion was the Juboko. It was a scientific expedition led by the best and brightest that humanity had to offer. This moon had an A-class designation. It was perfectly fit for human life with some alterations. Hippolectrion was home to intelligent life sometime in the distant past. What they have left behind is subject to much debate. These formations baffle scientists. We have detected cuts from powerful lasers in the mountain ranges. These cuts are beyond human ability even today. Strange installations about 5 meters high made of metal and rock can be seen all across the moon's surface. They seem to be especially present on the Cyclopia, the central formation of mountains. These alien installations were given the name of mechanical arcana. The Juboko landed on what is now known as the Northern Plains. Later, during the exploration phase, strange objects were found, mostly blue stones wedged in a round container made of an iron-like material. We call them tally stones. Geologists called the iron-like material H. niobium and stated that it was able to harness the vibrations of the stone it held. Human beings were united. We walked hand in hand carrying the banner of peace. Through trial and error, we discovered how to activate the mechanical arcana and use it. The mechanical arcana provided us with the ability to extract drinking water from the mountains and to activate ovoid doors hidden in the rocks, which opened the way to previously unexplored territories. Thanks to these ancient pathways, settlers were able to build new colonies across the land. This would further the development of human life on Hippolectrion. With some hard work, a new civilization was born among the stars through innovation and discovery.
Okay, that was a long history lesson.
In the 14 after colonization, a second mothership
AC's
called
after
Samu
colonization
reached Hippolectrion loaded with hundreds of civilians and a private militia, whose commander was called Anil Zar. This was because the terrestrial government feared a comeback of those who build the mechanical arcana. They introduced an artificially created breed of wolves to Hippolectrion to hold off a really dangerous creature called Boor. New orders from Earth were to search for high electric conduction materials. So over time, the loss of knowledge of the mechanical arcana affected the entire Hippolectrion. The population of the moon grew rapidly. The distance between colonies gave birth to different tribes, governments, and nations. Traces of the objects called tally stones were lost over time. Hippolectrion was abandoned by Earth as astronomers continued the discovery of other planets which they called Hycean, which means covered with oceans with hydrogen-rich atmospheres. Saratians cut off communications with Earth and took expansionist action. Thus it was that the War of the Cults broke out in 240 after colonization 2 years ago.
It looks like people weren't here for longer than 2 years, I think.
Hippolectrion was terraformed in 2189, Earth dating. For us, it was 12 after colonization. Our moon was formed from the aggregation of debris left in orbit after the collision between the moon Selkis and a Pluto-sized object known as 492 Agartha. Who can tell me the distance from Earth? That's right, Muna. We are 9 parsecs from Earth, and we are in orbit at an average distance of about 962,000 kilometers from our father planet, Onuris. Now, let's review some technical data. Surface area, 330 million kilometers squared. Revolution period, 800 days. Gravity, 8.42 meters per second squared. As you know, Hippolectrion has an irregular rotation, and the planet's gravity is significantly greater than its mass. This has prompted our scholars to hypothesize that there are ancient mechanisms still active in the depths of Hippolectrion's nucleus that influence the planet's behavior as well as the duration of Hippolectronian days. Keep in mind that we're not the first people to live here. This moon was home for those who we call the ancient people. Now we live in Sector 16. Who can tell me how many inhabitants live in this section? Bravo, Enepe. We are about 9,800 Skywatchers. The main mountain ranges of the inhabited areas are the Cyclopia, the Crying Mountains, and the Mountains of Callisto. The main seas are the Sea of Erebus and the Nyx waters, whose waters stretch to form the Gulf of Lingam.
Okay, big history lessons here.
Now we will talk about the Cult of Zar. Pay attention because this one will be one of the main matters that the rapporteurs will ask you about. The city of Zar is the biggest city in all of Hippolectrion. It is situated in the northern plains. The first prophet of the Cult of Zar was Anil Zar. He was the first militia commander to set foot on Hippolectrion. Anil Zar wrote a book known as the Equilibrium Book, which would later become the cornerstone of the cult of Zar. Over time, the now weak legacy of the Earth Militia has evolved into a dogma that mixes war and the equilibrium of forces in accordance with the Equilibrium Book. The cult of Zar is a way of life, much like the Bushido for the terrestrial samurai, whom I told you about yesterday. In the city of Zar, the organization is made up of militia priests who are authorized to educate young Zaratians and teach them the arts of warfare as well as the dogmatic principles of the cult of Zar. Young people between the ages of 5 and 15 are raised in militia clergy educational centers. After that, they can choose to join the ranks of the militia priests or become soldiers. The role of general is passed down from father to son through direct descendants. The general is also the spiritual leader of the Zaratians, known as the prophet, which is the highest social order within the clan. The prophet is the man who best manages order, discipline, and synchronism. The key concepts of the cult are as follows. 1. Inner and personal power comes from the order. Strength comes from discipline. Victory comes from the balance between order and discipline, which together lead to synchronism. 2. The soldier who acts according to the rules has more power than the soldier who breaks the rules. Tradition gives a man more energetic balance. Meanwhile, the dogma is divided into 7 rules. 1. At home, the soldier must obey the militia priest. 2. In enemy lands, the soldier must obey the superior military authority of the army. 3. The soldier must refer to Anil Zar as the first prophet. 4. At home, the prophet must be referred to by the title of prophet. In enemy lands, the general must be referred to with the title of general followed by his name. 5. An army soldier is your best friend. A soldier from your own platoon is your brother. Your superior is your father. 6. The prayers of order, discipline, and synchronism can only be expressed in front of the commemorative monuments of the first prophet, which are spread across the territory. Such prayers can only be made alone. 7. Nobody can look at any soldier who is in the midst of prayer.
Okay. I'm a bit worried that the chat doesn't work, but it seems like to work. Wait a moment, chat, I have to tap out. Okay, we're back. Okay, that was a history lesson, I guess. So what we got from this is... I still don't know... Oh look, this now glows, so maybe if we open this opens the door. We have even the Stargate here. Okay, well, let's check the other thing first. I assume now all the stuff here has energy. Not all of it, but some of it. Here we had the elevator to go up. We activated that. But it becomes very clear that this is very Myst-like. Is this a Gollum game? No, that's not Gollum. This game is called... Let me exclamation mark it in chat. This is developed by somebody, or somebody in my community worked on this. And as a result... was asked to maybe play it a little bit and maybe support it, and that's what I'm doing. It's called A Whisper in the Twilight, and yeah, currently it's made by a very, very small team, like just a few people. It's a purely little indie game, and so far I kind of like it, I have to admit. It really reminds me a lot of the Myst games. that exist. Doesn't work. Here we can't interact with. Here we already were. There was like in the message we have found, the book we have found, in the inventory we also find this number here. I think LotR Lee is I think the name. I need to figure out. What's for the elevators? I'm not sure if I was supposed to click the other things. I think this we already solved. There's a save or something that was mentioned, but I haven't seen the save yet. Like here in the book on the last page. It says, you have changed the sequence for unlocking the save. The new sequence is Laurie's registration number and the educational center, which we have found. The only problem is, where do I input it? This is not law, that is true. We made like 4 hours of law and now we made a poll to ask people. Maybe I should have changed the title, I have to admit. But yeah, as said, it is developed by somebody from the from my community, so it's kind of interesting. Maybe I should put it in the title or so. It might be into something. So maybe now it's better. But yeah, I asked chat if they want to see the game, and they voted yes. So I decided to play. But there was, if you go back into the stream there, we discussed like quite a bit of lore. Change the code. Is this a save? You mean, what was it called? Unfinished story about men put into the second age. That means elf friends, Numenorians on the seacoast. What was it called? El Tarma or something like that. Let me just see what it was called. I forgot where it was written though. Was it not the peoples of Middle-earth? I forgot what it was called, chat. Or something like the El Tama or something like that. But yeah, it's a story that Tolkien abandoned, just in case you wonder. All his stories. Well, not all his stories. I wouldn't go that far. Can't remember. Fortunately, I can't really remember where it was written. I'm pretty sure it was. That's War of the Jewels. That's why I don't see it in here. Was in the wrong book. Tal Elmar, that's the name of it. Also the new shadow we find People of Middle-earth section out of it. It's an interesting one, I have to admit. But let's return to the game here. The problem is I have not seen the safe yet. Where could the safe be? Like, is this a safe down there? I mean, it would be under a desk. Is there a crouch button? Zoom, action, inventory, jump, run. The only other place I find is this here. Here's no number, it's just music. I haven't found anything where I can input numbers. Yeah, I agree. It looked like it, but I couldn't interact with it. Or maybe, wait, I have an idea. Maybe I have to do it like this. Both.
Cannot use it here.
If I click on it, nothing happens. But I agree, it looks really like the safe is for that, and we already found the letter. Well, I click out of the window, that's not good. Sequence unlocking the safe. That we found. Problem is I can't interact with the safe. But I would agree with you, it should be this object down here.
Have to find where it works.
That definitely says Laurie's registration code, and we have that here on the in our inventory.
Kadambar.
Unfortunately, I can't crouch or anything. I can only jump. That doesn't help me. But I think there should be like a prompt for this, if it would be possible. It would be strange if that's not possible. But I can't open the inventory from here, which I find very strange.
I cannot use this thing here.
We had to use the thing or so, but it doesn't work. 3 darks are hard to see, yeah. I agree. I don't think we have to go where the spider is. That also didn't look like there's a safe. Maybe it's somewhere else. We could check the village. Does this now do anything? It doesn't work. We have these 2 things. I don't think here's a safe or anything, right? That would be strange. So we have the code. Question is where to use it. Oh, here's something changed now. Aha. Oh.
Kadambar.
Interesting. Okay, still didn't work. Something changed here. Now the light though is up. I'm still around somehow. Oh, this now is glowing, and same as this door here.
Kadambar.
Okay. The code was longer than 4 things though. I don't understand the save thing. Like, where's the save? That seems to be strange. But this thing now seems to kind of have energy and work. It was different before. I have an idea, but I think it doesn't really work. We can switch these symbols. We just have to figure out which symbol is what. But I know we have this ball here. So we can potentially identify the signs with the help of this ball. Unfortunately, I don't see stuff.
Leah.
Lively.
Unit.
Me.
Okay, this kind of works, but we would have to find out what the code for this here is to whatever activate. I mean, there's another sect area that we haven't even considered entering. Also, we have this place here, which maybe now works.
Lucas, do you read me? This message is of the utmost importance. Get off your ass and answer, Lucas. Listen, the Czaration's attacked Village 4. You need to come here to Village 9 right now. I am waiting for you in the hangar. We need to get the old shuttles working to evacuate as soon as possible. Alert everyone, take your stuff and come quickly. The new transition coordinates are Sunrise, River, the Harmonizer, Danger.
Aha, there's our message.
Lucas, do you read me? This message is of the utmost importance. Get off your ass and answer, Lucas. Listen, the Czaration's attacked Village 4. You need to come here to Village 9 right now. I am waiting for you in the hangar. We need to get the old shuttles working to evacuate as soon as possible. Alert everyone, take your stuff and come quickly. The new transition coordinates are Sunrise, River,
Sunrise,
the Harmonizer,
River,
Danger.
Harmonizer, Danger. River, Sunrise, Harmonizer, Danger. Okay. There we got our password. River. So river, how does river look? The 8 is a river. Danger is a 3. Wrong 3. Sunrise. River, Sunrise, Harmonizer, Danger. Sunrise, Harmonizer, okay. We maybe do it one by one. River. I forgot the symbol again, chat. I'm an idiot. Oh, we can actually do this from here. Go with river. Or was it sunrise? River. Somebody in chat. Pay attention. I mean, sunrise is this Y symbol, right? Oh, here's the 8. Was it Sunrise, River, Harmonizer, Danger? Danger is 3. It's the last. Harmonizer is... This weird. Harmonizer, Danger. Okay, I assume the symbol doesn't work correctly, so it's this symbol here. I'm just shocked that the 8 symbol isn't here. The question is, does this kind of open a portal now? No, maybe it's the door that opens down there. Okay, no, that wouldn't work either. But wasn't it river? Sunrise, harmonizer, danger? I'm so bad at this, chat. Maybe it's the other way around. Let's just double check. Yeah, Ninja was definitely last.
This message is of the utmost importance. Get off your ass and answer, Lucas. Listen, the Czarlations attacked Village 4. You need to come here to Village 9 right now. I am waiting for you in the hangar.
Message.
We need to get both shuttles working to evacuate as soon as possible. Alert everyone, take your stuff and come quickly. The new transition coordinates are sunrise, river, the harmonizer, danger.
Harmonizer, danger. The sunrise first. Harmonizer, danger. It's more like Myst, like it's an adventure. It's an adventure game with exploration, atmosphere stuff, and puzzles here and there. Sunrise, river, the 8 that we got right. Harmonizer was a weird symbol. I assume this is broken. No, harmonizer added 2 dots actually. I didn't see it right, so we were still right. It's not broken. Danger is here on this side. The very top. Oh, it's currently a bit annoying to move. It's a 3 with a dot. But then our code was actually right. This should be the code. Sunrise, river, harmonizer, danger.
Bar.
Place here, I still don't understand. This unfortunately doesn't open. Even though it feels like we did this right. Maybe there's still something missing that we haven't done yet. Very strange, chat. I feel like this was actually correct. What other places? Maybe the door does not work? We could also double check that. At the beginning we had this happening that our main task is to open a door. Yeah. I agree here that I think also it looks correct. Oh, here's the elevator thing. Yeah, that's where we came from. So I assume
The stone gate behind me takes too much energy to activate. Your Talistone won't be enough. You'll need a stronger power supply. These gates were used by early human settlers and connect the ancient trails of the Crying Mountains. Use them to head north.
this is north. Okay, this didn't open. Last time it didn't activate. Maybe we had a bug or something, I don't know. And we have the code. We still have another code. We have like the birth. I still don't have no idea what safe they are talking about. I didn't see a safe. We have this other village section here. We still have this cave spider. I have no idea how to get past that. Nacht, I would say. Which means good night in German. But, why do I hear Satan? No, these are just aliens, and, they discuss the power supply, I think. Oh. There's even light in here. Didn't see that. The elevator works, but it's not what we need. Maybe there's... I can get up here, but I can't. So weird. Like this thing down there really looks like a safe, but I really can't interact with it, chat. We even have the number for the safe. That's the worst part. Like I know, kind of. Maybe here's the safe. Okay, there's however another path we have opened. There we already were. Here we already were. To get the document. Okay, this door we also opened at the beginning. We didn't check here. It's not like we are out of options. Here's another Stargate thing or whatever that is supposed to be. Maybe here we have to enter the code? It seems to be like a new code needed for this. I assume this is basically the gate you have to use this with. Interesting. But why does the other gate not work? That I have not understood yet.
Kadambar.
Pterus Claw's egg. The Pterus Claws is a very rare and dangerous flying animal. This massive creature nests only on the highest peaks of mountains. Their eggs are sought after techno merchants. As sought after by techno merchants. It's really strange that it has nested here. Let's hope it doesn't find us and is angry at us. Okay, now we have egg. We still have a safe and a safe code, but yeah, we have a safe code but no safe. Yeah, it's the safe not working is really the strangest thing for me right now. Oh, we still have the spider warning thing. History lesson we had here. Very strange. Here's just this cave spider thing. Still here. Doesn't look like there's something behind this here anyway.
Have to find where it works. Cannot use it here.
That doesn't work. If we get close, it kills you, by the way. Very strange, isn't it, Church? Yeah, I'm a bit stuck, I have to admit.
Hi, Noah. I hope your journey was trouble-free. Listen, I don't know how to tell you this, but I got it. I got it! The trigger stone is unstable, but it works. I tested it on the statue while you were gone, and man, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was enough for me to get close, and the mechanism activated on its own. A hologram appeared. You know what that means. Their mechanisms are still active after a millennia. Meet me in the laboratory as soon as possible. We need to find a way to produce other trigger stones in a short amount of time, and we need to test our stone on the south gate. Man, these beautiful mountains are going to be containment cages. We have to seek out uncharted sectors, because sooner or later, they will come to get us. And the only way to be able to move on the Crying Mountains is to use the mechanical arcana to open new crossings and to load up on water. The trigger stones are our salvation.
Locking the
Noah,
safe. The
we
few
have to make
sequences,
people
Lori's
understand
registration. Yeah, we
it's time
got.
to leave
Where's the
village.
safe?
I need you to come as soon as you get this. We don't have much time.
This doesn't help us, Church. Can make a bit of light, but I don't see this any safe here. Except for this here. This is a safe for sure, but for whatever reason... can't interact with it in any shape or form. Maybe it's not the safe? I'm not sure. Weird. So this now has me kind of stuck here, I have to admit. Yeah, I really tried to look out for the safe more, but I feel like I've already checked everything here in this particular room. I might would double check the other thing again. I mean, these are buttons or so, but it's not 10, it's just 5 buttons. This here is like, I don't know. Here I don't have numbers. If I get close to the spider, it just kills me. I can't get past it. Either we need an item for it or so. But we have an egg now, but I have no idea what to do with the egg either. Maybe they need an egg, actually.
Cannot use it here. Which way? Cannot use it here.
Maybe this is a gigantic egg frying pan or something like that.
I cannot use this thing here.
Pretty sure this jumping here is not what they want me to do. Yeah, that doesn't look like it's intended. Bit unfortunate I can't figure it out, Chad. I have to admit. For a moment I thought that it looks like a safe, but it does not. Especially I need like a number thing, like we have a code. Beyond that we only have the Stargate. There's that devil again. It's just an alien voice, not the devil. I would assume the devil would how did Frodo phrase it? Let me just see if I find it. Yeah, the devil would seem fairer and feel fouler. Exactly. Was there anything here at the beginning? No, right? We have this wolf. We also learned that these wolves were kind of added to this. Like push the first button 3 times. The number 3 is a 4-digit. Yeah, that is actually a good idea. I think that's actually a very good idea. We should try that. That's a smart idea. Shall we return? Oh wait, now that I'm here, I just want to double check if we did something wrong here or so, but this is 100% the sunrise, right? Yeah, that is sunrise. Sunrise, river. Sunrise. River. Harmonizer. Danger.
find where it works. Cannot use it here. Cannot use it here. In which way?
So we would have to... What is the option that we need overlook here? That's just for completeness sake. I don't think it will work, but I assume I always do doors. Doesn't work. Yeah, it's really strange. Oh. That would be also strange. In the message here at the backyard thing, it says last time I had to wait a minute for the buttons to work. Maybe we have to literally wait a minute in there. A full minute to activate the... I don't know what this means. So we activate the buttons, correct code, and then wait a minute. I would try your method though. I know we have a lot of fast travel now. And not fast, slow travel. I tried using the item that's a gate. I think, especially the Tira stone or whatever it's called, that thing I used. Like the Indiana Jones gate, yeah. But let's go to the safe. Let's call it quick. I go to the safe and maybe you are right. I just have to press. I'm not sure how the buttons work exactly. Maybe that opens the safe or something. Kind of strange that these voices always come. No, this is wrong. I think it's the next. No, isn't it here? I think maybe you have to wait a minute inside the room. Maybe that's what they want us to do. But we have 5, well, we're actually right, we have 5 buttons. So maybe every button is for one code to open something. You might be absolutely right. I didn't think of that. So here we have, can't read it. 3, 4, 1, 2, 5. 3. Chat, please post in chat 3, 4, 1, 2, 5. 3, 4, 1, 2, 5. Also, this is where I can check the delay, but it seems to be absolutely massive. I would be lost. Well, we walked it a few times by now, so... I'm just very bad with memorizing numbers. Maybe this resets it. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That didn't work, chat. Oh, my mistake. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't work, unfortunately. Anything we overlooked? Maybe something else opened? I don't see it though. Yeah, the piano should do something too, but maybe in the safe is, I don't know, the notes or whatever for the piano. So unfortunate we kind of stuck here, chat. It really is. I would have thought we find this out in no time. I was wrong, chat. I was fortunately very wrong. No, this is wrong. Maybe something here happens now. Oh. It doesn't work. I would try another time the gate and now wait a minute or something. Because when we enter the room, it seems to activate something, but it never fully works. That makes sense. Code should be right, though. See, something activates here. I think it was never a minute inside when the code was correct. Okay, chat, so what are we going to do the next minute? I'm wondering. First of all, I need to drink something. Like, else I don't see a place where we should wait a minute or so, which where it makes sense. Would argue that was a minute roundabout. I have the timer here. It made another click sound though. No idea. Okay, now I'm really stuck, chat. What could we have done wrong? Where else could we wait a minute? To wait a minute, it's said on the letter. Have to fix the buttons or something like that. I can't input this the other way around though, because the 3 is missing here. Really strange, chat. Maybe it doesn't work because we are eating energy. No, these levels are now deactivated. Is this a save or something? No, right? Don't look like it. What does it says? Please fix those damn buttons. Yesterday it took me a full minute to activate the TC. Strange, chat. The question is, what am I overlooking? Okay, another thing here we haven't. We have to use this. Maybe I have to use this item here.
Have to find where it works.
Maybe there's a button or so here somewhere which I have completely overlooked. You need to activate this thing. That looks like the Guardian of Forever. It's actually a good good way to describe it. Always looks like a button or so. Very strange, chat. Maybe now it takes even longer? Good old Star Trek reference. There's also nothing changing here. I would expect this like a portal or something, but I don't know. Really strange, isn't it, chat? I thought we made really good progress and we found everything else. We found the ball with the information on it. But that doesn't work.
Bar.
Strange, chat. No idea. Yeah, I'm just trying also to thinking, trying to find a hint. It's a why it froze? It froze because I'm just tapped out. Try to look online for a hint because I have no idea why it's not working. I would at least end on a high note, kind of, but I just need a small hint. What am I doing wrong? Okay, it seems like the safe should be solvable. Glowing gate? With a TV behind? Oh yeah, at the very start. Okay, I don't understand it, but I think we have to figure out the safe. I don't know what to do at the safe though, even though I looked up as the person solved the safe puzzle here in this YouTube video. Maybe we are overlooking something. We are supposed to use the number. It's always like 3, 4, 1, 2. Oh. I think I know the problem. I think I know the problem. There was a misconception, maybe. Okay, I potentially would never have come out to this because I'm just trying wildly, but I think I know what our mistake was. Maybe I'm wrong though. Careful, alien voices maybe? If I stay here, maybe we can put the trigger to an end. GG, no, I just looked at a YouTube video where somebody played it as well. Let's hope this solves our trigger problem here. I think I know, maybe I don't know the problem. I have an idea though, at least what I could try. But I think your idea was kind of right. So first we tried, whatever. First we tried this here. Like 3 times, 4 times, 1 time, 2 times, 5 times. I think, because unfortunately there's no number shown anywhere, I think at least. So my theory is the following now. I think they're all on 1. I don't even know if we can see here the number, or maybe there's actually a hint for this. I don't know, but let's pretend they're all on 1. That means I have to get to 3, I have to press only 2 times. 1. Oh. I tapped out by accident. 1. 2, that's 3. This is now 3 times. 2, 3, 4. This is already on 1. And this here is 2 times. 1, also to 2, and this is 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, there were things behind the gate. Here, this gate? What gate do you mean? Okay, this didn't work, so... Is there any number I can see? Maybe there is a number on them? How do I know which thing this have? I assume this is... I don't get it, chat. Or maybe this here open now? Maybe this is a reset. Two, three, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. This here says 34125, Lori Lee. It says Lori's registration code.
In which way?
At some point it makes this weird sound. So I assume they're all now with the sound set back to 1. I don't know. So maybe this is now 3. 1, 2, 3. Then this is 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, next idea. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Okay, oh god, I think I know the answer. I think I have another idea. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it is 1 time, 1 time, 1, 3, 4, 1, 2, and then 5. Oh god, I'm an idiot. Chat, I'm just an idiot. Spoiler. There was a small TV antenna on a small table in a corridor. Well, I can't even remember. But we opened it, chat. Unfortunately, we still can't open it. I assume this is a safe. We can't get to this. Now we have this piano here. I think like this button seems to be right. But yeah, I have no idea. Strange. Okay, this now works. Elephant-shaped gate behind it. And there were objects behind the gate. It was at the beginning of the game, though. Yeah, the next problem is, how do we get the melody from this? Maybe there is another code here? Maybe this here also is like a hint? Gate TV. Beginning of the game. If I just could remember.
Bar.
You mean here somewhere?
Bar.
I think further than here I can't move. Oh, my Govanen. Trimoxo, nice to see you here. Currently we are just too dumb to solve riddles in this little cool indie game here. That's heavily inspired by Myst, I guess. Pretty cool, nice atmosphere and so on. I figured out the buttons, yes. There's so much delay between you and me. That's not a TV thing. Unfortunately, I didn't figure out the piano thing. We just thought it the wrong way. So 3, 4, 1, 2, 5. Three, 4, 1, 2, 3. Okay, now it doesn't work anymore, chat. Why is that? Is it 3, 4, 1? I can look it up. 3, 4, 1, 2, 5, yes. Okay, 3, 4, 1, 2, 5. Finally. This thing I want, but there's an energy field or something behind it. Okay, that's the sound. I think we have to just play the melody here. I just don't know what the second sound is. Bim bim. Which way was this here? With this one here? Oh, that's a... Oh god. That's a chord. Dim. Dim. I'm saying. Dim dim dim. Ah, that's not a... not 3/4. What was this? What was the thing? I forgot again. There must be this. Yeah, it's this one. Okay. Not this either. I need a better laptop. Can you turn down the resolution? Is it a lower one? Is it not now? It's... Okay, this is it. Okay, I didn't hear this one. Okay, so this would be right. There's that very long sequence, chat. Maybe it's the higher sound. I could just listen to the sounds a little bit, would make it easier, I think. There's the one. I think this is the last sound. So we have D. What is it? F sharp. C. No, D, F sharp. E. Yeah, E. Yeah, that's not E. It's C, that's E sharp. C. And then. What is it? What is the sound before? I think this is the last one. What is the second last? Maybe it's one higher? One of these here. Mozart rolling on his thumb if he's watching this? Yes. Well, it's a tough. The problem is it's a tough task, I think, especially if you're not that good at music stuff, right? What is the last few notes, chat? That's so high. And that's what I do with my guitar, trying to learn something. So that would be a higher sound. So the question is it even higher or is it just one up? Yeah, it's two left. The question is dum dum dum. So if it's this, maybe it goes down one and goes up one, something like that. Finally, it was... I thought the last one was higher. Okay, 144p. That should not be normal though. Okay, chat. With this very difficult task, we made it. Do you think there is like a hint what buttons to press? Except for learning how to play the melody, like an absolute moron that I am. Bum 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 bum. Okay.
Name, Yasmin Maillard. Date of birth, 203 AC. Place of birth, Sector 9. Employment, biologist.
Okay, so we made progress, chat. At least something, right? And these things helped us last time to open these places. Question is, where is the thing still closed? This is closed. I'm better at listening to music. Yeah, I'm also better at listening, but playing it on the piano is not that easy. I was just surprised that the jump from the sea was such a big jump in height. Like I knew, I mean, it was kind of obvious that the next key had to be much higher, but I didn't expect it to be that high. Okay, so the next place we can maybe open is here on the other side. I'm not sure if that's true though, but it said she is like a biologist or something. Let's listen to that again. Yeah, biologist.
Name, Yasmin Maillard. Date of birth, 203 AC. Place of birth, Sector 9. Employment, biologist.
So here is, I assume it's this house, because here's a lot of plants next to this house, so I assume maybe biologist. Ah. You mean you're not good at music? I think I'm okay, but I rarely...
Good morning, Professor Yasmin. Where have you been in these years? I should warn you that my battery is very, very low. If you get the chance, please recharge me.
The grower. He is the link of a man with all that... He is the link of man with all that grows on Hyperlectrion, plants, flowers, moss. Many explorers holding this totem have claimed to have seen plants move in the twilight hours. They're surrounded by blue aura, very similar to the energy of ancient people.
Message 1.
242 after colonization. Diary of Yasmin Maillard, 10 Villages Order Biologist. This scientific report will be written in common language, Old English, and will be remembered by future generations as a foundation of modern botany. Well, I just made this up, but it sounded important. Anyway, today is the solstice of Velia, and the winds have grown colder. This morning I noticed some frost on the planters. I have recently begun my studies on the Thesmia plant. I will record the updates in this diary. The Thesmia plant is a multicellular aquatic plant with a shape that vaguely resembles biohumanoid life forms. The origins of this name date back to 92 BC, the year in which the voyager and cartographer Mark Dolson returned from his explorations of the plains of Iapetus. The technical name of these plants is Thesmia electrion, and, like their Earth companions, our Electrion girls are autotrophs. Information is scarce. In the archives of Skywatchers, I have not found anything relevant. To my knowledge, this plant has never been used in any scientific field, although the gatherers in Section 11 collect the seeds in large quantities once a year to resell them to the Aeromechanists tribe. Going back to the physical specifics, along their streaks, there are stomata that absorb oxygen during the night and emit large amounts of carbon dioxide during sunset. For this reason, it's better not to approach one of these plants during twilight. As a result, the idea of creating aquifers with a folding roof was rejected right away. When the sun rises, the mature plants curiously start to move and act out a slow, oscillating dance whose meaning I still have yet to understand. They seem to be looking for something. It's like they want to communicate. Lori says that they are actually people and that she heard them whisper. What would we do without the incomparable, imaginative competence of children? That's all for now.
You also heard them whisper. The badger. The badger represents natural motion and gravity. He is also known as the hand that drops the stone. He is a favorite totem of lone travelers. In the past, the badger was identified as the protector of cartographers and explorers. Pretty neat. Oh, chat, there is riddle time. To Noah, the thing you treasure the most. With love, Yasmin. Thing you treasure the most. Oh, there are some tough riddles. Okay, a lot of information here. You would have to read the other diary again to figure that out. There's something in the wall. It reminded me of Finrod, the badger Felagund. We found some stuff. But I think I will end it here, chat, because it's very late for me already. And I'm kind of hungry. Maybe we can make the game save one more time somewhere. Maybe if we every transition we get an autosave or so. It's a pretty cool game though, I have to admit. Like, I like it. Seems quite challenging. And that is the fan-shaped gate you were talking about. Oh, okay, okay. I didn't think you mean one of these homes that we haven't explored yet. Okay, this step here is a bit annoying. So we also have to get to the other place now and check in the notes of Noah, the other person, what she enjoyed most or what she loved most. Then we could open the other thing. Also, this thing it doesn't play anymore, which is good. Yeah, the biologist's house, exactly. Oh god. I remember. It's her favorite season. Rhea, I assume, is what she likes most. Unfortunately, we can't take a thing here of this. Rhea's my favorite season. Maybe it's Rhea? A bit unfortunate, chat. That you, there's no log for the book or so, that you can look it up. I think the text starts with it, so maybe that's her favorite thing, this season, Rhea. I'm not even sure if there's an E on the board. I think an A, there is an A. And an R for sure too, but I'm not sure about the E. So it could be wrong. I think it will take forever for us to play through this game. That's pretty cool, I have to admit. No, it's not. Oh man, unfortunate chat. The thing you treasure the most. No, she treasures it. Ah, screw me. I mean, there's an R. Also phrased differently. It's unfortunate, chat. What would she treasure the most? Piano? Biologist house, maybe. I don't know. But this is potentially something we have to do next. Find out next stream, chat. It's already late. It's too early. And my brain is kind of mashed potatoes by now. Potatoes. Come on, a super chat to buy lunch, anyone? I have super chats deactivated because reasons. So that is not even possible. But I don't mind. It was at least a lot of fun. I would say, yeah, we just quit the game for now. There must be an autosave somewhere there. Next riddle will be interesting to see. So we run now through the credits, I would suggest. Shoutouts to all the supporting people here. Maybe I should activate them at some point. I don't know. Well, it was a good month anyway, so I don't care too much. And for me, it's almost breakfast time, so keep that in perspective. But that was surprisingly fun. Get some food and sleep well. Yeah, I will. Thank you. So I hope you enjoyed this very long stream. Almost 8 hours today. 8 hours without a break. I just want to point that out. And yeah, that's pretty long, I have to admit, but I really like the game. It's pretty cool. Maybe we talk about this next stream again or make a video. I don't know. The problem is always a little bit, you know, I still have 2 keys for this game, so which we can basically raffle, as you say, I think, among the people in chat or something, or in the comments. I have to figure out how we do this, to be fair. I would love to do this today, but maybe I should have started this early. I don't know yet. We will find a way. There were definitely some deep impressions I could get today of this game. I will maybe make also a little video, maybe play it a bit further. I'm not sure yet what to do with it. Maybe play it next stream or so further. I'm not, like I said, not 100% sure how we continue from here, but it's so far, I have to admit, a pretty nice game. Can't complain too much about it. Like, it has a lot of atmosphere, definitely reminiscent of Myst and so on, so that's pretty cool, I think. But yeah, I wish you a fantastic rest of the day, or a good night as well, or whatever to watch this. If you watch this on YouTube, feel free to press the like button, leave a comment, subscribe, you know the stuff. Shoutouts to Reflective Rambling for the gifted memberships today, much appreciated. And yeah, all the other people here in chat being active and writing stuff is always nice to have some interaction. And I would say, see you people next time. Goodbye.